Well, one of the four principal functions of the CIA is to gather intelligence and ideally forward it to the president, the users of information, the policymakers, as they say. There are other functions, however, some of them more legitimate than others. One is to run secret wars, the covert action that's written and talked about so much, like what's happening in Nicaragua today from Honduras. Another thing is to disseminate propaganda to influence people's minds, and this is a major function of the CIA. And unfortunately, of course, it overlaps into the gathering of information. You have contact with a journalist, you will give him true stories, you'll get information from him, you'll also give him false stories.
Did you buy his confidence with true stories?
You buy his confidence and set him up. We've seen this happen recently with Jack Anderson, for example, who has his intelligence sources, and he has also admitted that he's been set up by them. You know, every fifth story just simply being false. You also work on their human vulnerabilities to recruit them in a classic sense, to make them your agent so that you can control what they do, so you don't have to set them up sort of, you know, by putting one over on them. So you can say, here, plant this one next Tuesday.
Can you do this with responsible reporters?
Yes, the Church Committee brought it out in 1975, and then Woodward and Bernstein put an article in Rolling Stone a couple of years later. 400 journalists cooperating with the CIA, including some of the biggest names in the business.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Wednesday, September 25th, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. Follow up today in regard to what's been going on in Lebanon, the horrifying reality of what's taking place, the kind of extension, the growth, the mission creep, whatever you'd like to call it. Reality being this was the plan from the start, if you've been paying attention. Unfortunately, we're going to have to cover the horrors that have been taking place there, but I wanted to stand back a touch on this story and highlight, I guess it's not a new topic for what we discussed, but in the context of these points today, just the larger agenda around the Zionist agenda, the influence of our government, and how you see all these different agendas taking place. Now, for those that, because this is a focal point of today, how obvious what's going on, it can seem as if it's all around this one topic, but realize this is one element of a larger thing that's been going on. Like, because we can see Zion, and there's even people that would argue, and I disagree, but there's points to be made about where you could argue that it's United States government using Israel and Zionism. But the point being is I think the evidence suggests the other way around with AIPAC and the evidence of our elections and so on. But the point I'm saying all that is that what we can see around the world, whatever your opinion, going back a really long way, even before the foundation of the illegal state of Israel, you can see the influence of, and a great point to make here, David Icke and I had a conversation a while back about Sabbateanism and how important that is, as sort of the argument being that that is a foundational sort of ideology that spawned three things: Nazism, Zionism, and communism. And one of the foundational points of it is that it was rooted in infiltrating religions and political ideologies. And so it's very clear that we can see this today. And all that's to say that the thing we'll discuss to start, which is around primarily the continent of Africa, but just the regime change concept that I see kind of like a dying gasp, like this desperate flailing action to just throw governments out. Like right now, we've seen regime change go back a long way, long before the beginning of the U.S. empire. But we've seen it, at least in some ways, in some tactful ways, trying to make it a little bit more conspicuous or inconspicuous, excuse me. Today, it seems like we can tell, like for obvious reasons, that these power structures are pretty desperate and they are reacting in ways that make their actions very, very clear. And so I want to go over that and this is my opinion about why we see this so clearly. You can decide for yourself. But the facts are that we can see clearly that the U.S. government is acting in regard to as basically beginning regime change tactics in a lot of locations around Africa, as well as around the world. And I think that's important for many different reasons. whether we're talking about Russia or China or Israel or rare earth minerals or many different factors, I think that this has to do not just with the declining of Zionism, but it coincides with that dwindling power structure and what that then just creates the necessities around that, but also the larger agenda. The globalism concept, the technocratic panopticon is the easiest way to just say that without going into all the many different facets of that conversation. And so I think that this is important to begin with, so we can discuss, that it's happening and how ridiculous it is, how illegal it is, and how that connects. But then the bigger point being, these are the people that are supposed to be the rules-based order, which, that whole illusion is out the window, even though they're still trying to desperately hold on to it. But they're the ones presenting themselves as the sane-minded ones, the ones that will bring you into the future and change your lives for the better. We're only acting in the interest of the peoples. We care about freedom and liberty and democracy. These are all completely obvious, clumsy lies at this point. And so what I want to show you is that doesn't mean that the other side of that, whatever you think that may be, is necessarily the good to the bad, but that the most important thing, and this is the same conversation about the illusion of our election right now, pointing out that they're both the same thing or both just as bad, and there's not a lesser of anything in that conversation, does not then mean anything other than stating that fact. I'm sure I have plenty of thoughts I could add to that, but the assumption that you're then saying, well, then you mean this, or what we should do is that, or if you say that, you mean I should vote for her. That's the manipulation of our politics, circumventing logic. We should be able to identify a fact without then tagging along a lot of narratives to it or agendas. The fact is the same, that those two are terrible. They're both the same thing. And what we're seeing around the world is the people presenting themselves as the one fighting for the good of the world are nothing of the kind. And that alone has to be something we acknowledge before we jump into other conversations. So I want to start with that and some other important conversations around that. I want to make sure we talk about the importance of, from that point, about the United Nations and not as a body, but the ruling around Palestine that recently happened and many others before it, and just what this truly shows us about the illusion of that very point, rules-based order or illusion of authority in general. As I'll be interviewing like Larkin Rose tomorrow. It won't be live, but it'll be coming out either that day or the day after. I say that because his important book is about that, the most dangerous superstition, the illusion of authority, voting. And so I want to talk about how important it is that whole thing is out the window at this point. No matter what they keep saying, if they can just go, well, we don't care what you all decide. You can't just go back to the UN tomorrow and say, oh, this new resolution means Iran has to do what we say. Well, that doesn't really, it didn't really hold water before because of how illegitimate most of these entities are. But today, that ship has sailed. So what does that mean? Again, there's lots of criticisms around the body of the UN. Obviously, Israel just simply says it's Hamas, apparently, or how much you want to bet it'll be Hezbollah very soon. Either way, it's important to see that changes things, at least the illusion of power to other countries that may have, at least, let's just even say other bad entities that may have held back on certain things because they thought there was some kind of a structure that would care if they broke the law. It's really interesting, and it's worthy of a point to be made. And then, of course, this brings us to Iran and the conversation around, many factors here. Obviously, this is all being driven from Israel. That's not even up for debate. The obvious nature of how in the immediacy of the election, that all of a sudden claim after claim of Iran trying to do this and Iran's kind of go after Trump, not even the illusion of evidence, not even trying to give you something that proves anything, just going, well, this was what somebody said, and I'm pretty sure Iran bad guy. So, that's about the gist of it. Now, you can assume that this background conversation is somehow intelligence, but how well has that worked out for us? How often does U.S. intelligence give us the facts? That's why I started with that clip, because their job is to misinform you. Most obviously, whether we're talking about COVID-19 or foreign policy, the biggest misinformers are the U.S. government, are the agencies, whether CIA and CDC or whatever you want to talk about. Of course, then we're going to talk about the conversation of how that relates to Trump and that conversation, and that overlaps with Israel. And I want to start from there with Gaza and make sure we don't miss some of the things that have recently happened. But then the latter half will be, hopefully that part won't take very long. I'll do my best, but I want to get into Lebanon and finish the latter half today with what's been going on, follow up on the show we just did around just the cobbling together of the same narrative. It's just Gaza 2.0 in regard to what they were doing, like the exact same narrative, which we all predicted would happen, and going back to things they already said. This wasn't some reaction to some event. They were saying, we'll do this to you. We'll turn Beirut into Gaza, mark my words. And they were open about this months ago, even stating that this was part of the plan from the very beginning. This is the point, as always, if you just listen to what some of the most belligerent, high-level aspects of the Israeli government say, they're telling you the opposite of what Blinken still pretends is the case. It's infuriating. One thing I was noting on before I went live to myself, I really have to do better to not allow this to become personal. I've been really good about that in my career and this in general. I've always been able to sort of decouple myself from what's going on and sit back and, just disconnect from it after I'm done. But this more than ever it gets to me. And it should. I mean, this is horrifying stuff. I mean, it's not just the bad things that are happening. That's worse than anything. But the idea that these people are, at least in the moment-to-moment aspect, getting away with it. The Elon Levys of the world, the Blinkens of the world, these smug morons, I'm going to curse, these smug people out there that will scream falsehoods in a smug, dismissive way, and then bots will jump on top and the point is that at the end of the day, these people know that they are seen. There's no way around it that anybody in this position, the world around, the vast majority, more than I've ever seen, a visible majority in any topic I've ever covered, sees what they're doing. That's this whole conversation we just had about the rest of the world. No. Europe, some of it, and the West, part of it, believe Israel. The vast majority of the rest of the world and all of their government, they do not believe Israel is doing the right thing. And so they know they're in the wrong. They know it. And whether they're uncomfortable or not, I hope they are, because they're sociopaths, probably not, but they know that you see them. And so it bothers me that they can just stand there and act like they're giving, and it shouldn't bother me, especially because we can see them failing. But it's the accountability. That's what I want to see. I just had to say that. So I'm taking too long to open. So let's jump into it. But I wanted to make sure we're going to go through the lies around Lebanon, the obvious misinformation around how they're cobbling this together, which is where I was, and the idea that they're human shields, bombs under buildings, no evidence, no verification, and then just absolute massacring of civilians. And the only thing your supposed democracies are going to scream about is how bad Iran is and how we stand with Israel. It does. It should bother us, but let's work to not allow it to become emotional, because that is how they circumvent logic. Now, I want to start today with a very positive note. That Derek has been traveling. He's just getting back from the Summit of the Future. We're going to be doing an interview, as we always do, on the stuff that it's always important. Make sure you're following Derek day to day anyway, whether it's on TLAV or not. Conscious Resistance is doing amazing work, and he does a great job getting in there, even just covering the events, but catching people off guard and kind of just not like, there's a lot of ambush journalism out there. But that's not necessarily, he just is just tactful about the way he finds himself in a position where they happen to walk by and go, hey, I got a couple questions for you. Very, very, showing decorum, but gets really good work done. And so in this case, I'll make sure you check out what he did and what he had a couple interviews there. Positive notes on that really quickly around the Summit of the Future. I mean, ultimately the whole thing is a problem, but there was a small step back in regard to the emergency. What was it? I forget the term. Check out the recent coverage we had on TLAV, but there was a part of it that was removed, which to me only signals that they don't want us to see where it's going, but it is still a positive step to show you that that people pushing back does make a difference. Now, while he was there, this very important event happened that we've been covering for a long time on this platform, Derek, even further elsewhere, and that is the fluoride lawsuit. Now, you will probably be not surprised to see that literally nobody in the corporate media or the mainstream alternative media, for the most part, were covering this. Fluoride Action Network, who you should follow, says, we are thrilled to announce that the court has issued its opinion on the lawsuit, and they've won. Details to follow. Now, they put this out, check his account. There should be probably details coming out today on his account. Either way, I'm still not, I'm all, me, I'm worried about the way this goes. I'm only jaded and pessimistic in this because that's what they've shown us. I learn. My whole life has shown me that is how these people operate, and they do lie, but either way, I'm hoping for the best, expecting the worst. And I think with this, it is a positive step. And again, same point, shows you that we are having an effect. That's a powerful thing to sit with for a moment. You right there listening, you alone in your room are having an effect on how this came out. Just sit with that. Think that not only is that, whether it even goes the way we don't want it to, that moment alone, this shouldn't be something we strive for, because it's a post-patty, but it probably irks the hell out of the social engineers out there that they had to do this differently. So just let that be a small win, but we're not going to stop. And the point is that ultimately this is going to have to go back to Judge Chen, I believe, and this will end up becoming some kind of a ruling in regard to what this ultimately means, and they're going to go back. I mean, this will probably go on for another period of time, longer than we'd expect, because of the way the U.S. government operates. Nonetheless, what we know from this And I'll include the actual breakdown of Derek's, I don't know, probably 15, 16 articles thus far. Started covering this long back before anybody even knew it was happening, because he was in communication with Michael Conant from the Florida Action Network, is that ultimately this is dangerous. Not ultimately, it is, period. Their own, and we knew that long before, but their own studies in this, the actual study from the group that they were working with, the NTP report, their own government study, who they tried to then censor because of what it showed, was very clear. It's dangerous. It's a neurotoxin. It does hurt you, and it does reduce the IQ of children. Now, the whole game is about to what level, and this is the one we think is safe. The point is that within any context, you ingest more than they claim is in the water. It's in your toothpaste. It's in your food. It is water you drink. It's when you're taking a shower. It's all over the place. But we've also proven that in many places in the country, just in the water, it's over where it should be, even with the study, but any is dangerous. This is not something that should be in your water. There is no benefit to this, despite the lies. So it's a positive thing to see that these things are being walked back. But what we need to realize, not to put a bad note on the end of it, but this has been going on for decades. And your government knows it's bad. Your government's known it's bad at the very least since this lawsuit has started, because they've been trying to cover up the findings. So they've been fighting to keep what's been proven in court to be dangerous in your water for your children, and they're still going to keep it there right now. How long does it take until this gets changed at all? Right now, your kids are drinking this water. Anyway, the point is, recognize what a win it is, but also recognize what it shows you about who it is we're fighting. Not the left, not the right, it's your government. And that doesn't mean anything about violence. It means that these are the people that are there that don't care about you. So what do you think that means? Voting new ones in place or something else? That's just the point, is highlighting the problem. You guys can decide what solutions you want to take, but recognize what we're dealing with. Oh, and then I wanted to point this out too. So Peter Sweden pointed this out. He did good work during COVID. I mean, I haven't really followed his account that much, but he did some good, posting things about COVID and was critical of that during the time. But here's what he said about this. No, so is nobody going to talk about the UN Pact for the Future that they just voted yesterday to implement? Nobody was even told about this. Well, Derek commented down there. Well, I said, well, yeah, TLAV has been breaking this down the entire time. From the law, again, just like the Floyd discussion, Derek was breaking this down on TLAV and the conscious resistance. Before anybody, as far as I could tell, he was ringing this bell, and nobody what is that about? This was months ago. He's been on this since 2023. If you think nobody told you about this, maybe you should reflect on the scope of the media you consume. Now, this isn't meant to be an insult. I'm sure it'll be taken that way. Everyone bristles. I mean, even I might if I didn't know where it was coming from, because of the way the whole sphere is today. The whole media landscape is so toxic right now, and that's by design. So I get it, but I didn't mean that to be in any negative context, just to point out that, look, it was there. So if you didn't know that and this is coming from an honest place, then go, well, hold on, maybe I should have been looking at other things. And this Sarah Westall chimed in. Oh, by the way, I included the link right there to one of his recent articles. And she said, unfortunately, he's right that only suppressed media, TLAV is suppressed, I agree with that, is covering this. None of the major outlets are. It should be a huge red flag to stop consuming media that fails to cover the most important developments in the world, but it doesn't seem to register. I agree completely. She nailed it. But I did say, but he didn't, most definitely, but he didn't say suppressed. It's not what he said. He just said, nobody's going to talk about this. I think that's important. So I said, it's important to also point out how many major accounts who see themselves as independent media. That's not a slight. They see themselves as part of this, something outside the mainstream or mainstream alternative media. But how many are still somehow missing independent media coverage of topics like this, since they're largely still looking at mainstream media and mainstream alternative media? And maybe that's just because they don't know it's there, but the point is still the same. Food for thought. Think about that. Take action to make sure, okay, there are other platforms that are outside the controlled sphere of even the mainstream alternative media. It's the same trap we fall into with the mainstream media. As you look and you think, well, this is what there is. Even with mainstream, there's other platforms that we don't talk about. So instead, even the mainstream alternative media kind of ecosphere, you find the same kind of top channels, almost all of which are like a half a step removed from the corporate media or being funded by them, or, it's this, and we all know this. Now, that doesn't mean all of them are compromised. We shouldn't just blindly assume that. But so there are a ton, as you know, which we're going to be highlighting more with the Independent Media Alliance, people out there that just never get noticed or risen up because they don't fall into the paradigm. And they're everywhere. And there has been a lot of people talking about that. And I simply said, and that should not be taken as an insult or a slight, since we are all fall victim to it at times. More so some helpful insight as I see it. Many, like Derek, were breaking this down, but so few saw it due to the controlled media structure, especially in the mainstream alternative media. And then Indie News also followed up and said, there are lots of other great creators who were covering this and included some. So here it is for you. Thank you, Indie Media, for pointing that out. I'll include the fluoride trial breakdown. Make sure you check that out as well. Oh, and then one point just on kind of independent media point of view. Check this out. Geopolitics and Empire, who's part of the alliance, says, look, would you look at that? Cobra Commander Klaus Schwab is back, and what do you know? Hanging out with Elon Musk and Maloney and others at the Totally Globalist Atlantic Council Awards. I mean, I have no clue how anybody on either side of the paradigm can look at these kind of things and go, no big deal. Like, if this was Biden, it would be the same thing all day long. We should care. The Atlantic Council is a horrifying, this part of the machine. That's why I keep saying when Elon just the other day made a point about fighting the machine, I said, you are the machine, man. Or I said, guy, and somebody was like, guy? What are you, 6 years old? Those people are so funny. I didn't try to, anyway, the point is that these guys are all part of the same thing. They're sitting there with Klaus Schwab and world leaders. And if you can't see by now that these people are not any part of a resistance or outside or independent, you just don't want to see it. And if you do see it, but you're still gravitating towards the people that are pretending that, think about that for a second. At least consider other views, which maybe that's why you're here. I hope so. Now, on the regime change point. Now, again, this overlaps with Elon Musk and the rest of that same conversation, because we just saw the technocratic side of this with what happened with Venezuela, what they were trying to do at Haiti. It doesn't matter what you think about the narratives around that. The way that they conducted that from their Twitter accounts or whatever else, which they have a right to free speech, but you realize there's a difference in the dynamic when you're coming from the level that they're at or the government side of it. I'm not even necessarily pointing at Musk in that context, but we have to know that that is a static reality. If you're part of the government, that changes your dynamic. If you're a military government contractor and a billionaire oligarch technocrat, and you're literally working alongside and are basically a tacit part, or not tacit, but about to be a part of Trump's administration. And then on top of that, the way he was doing this with Venezuela and pushing straight up government talking points from the U.S. government regime change narrative, we have to consider how that plays out. So all that's to be said. That what we need to see is whether it's Kamala Harris and Biden or Trump and Musk and RFK and all the rest of them, all of this, your government in the United States are part of the most obvious long-term terrorism campaign that we could talk about today. The ongoing regime change tactics, in most cases, for nothing other than desires, for what they want, what they covet, what they need from these countries for their agendas at the expense of literally everybody, including you. If you can't see that by now, by looking back at the history of just broken countries behind the government screaming freedom, you don't want to see it. These are objective realities. Like the U.S. government funding, creating, and working alongside ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Again, we should not be shying away from pointing out obvious facts that you can prove. Or lying about gassing in Syria. These don't then mean Assad good guy. You have to realize that these things are still lies, though. But going back to the point of Africa, African Stream pointed this out. U.S. Congressman, this is just about Niger, calls to invade Niger. Maybe you didn't hear this. Africans everywhere have a responsibility, it says, to defend Niger at this moment, which, if you don't know, is a country in Africa. And it says, why so? Well, Niger is the first African country to expel U.S. African Command, AFRICOM, and to forge a sovereign path with two neighbors. Now, one thing you're going to see a lot right now, and this is my point about the shifting dynamic, which everyone loves to frame as some kind of like a China-Russia ploy, which maybe it is, but realize that people are tired of the authoritarian boot on their neck that it represents the U.S. government and the people that they work with. Doesn't mean the other alternative is any better, but again, just understand the fact that we're starting with. But the point is that you're seeing a resistance to things like AFRICOM or ECOWAS or different organizations that are basically loose control structures for these same powers. Now, whether we're talking about military like AFRICOM or a kind of a country alliance like with ECOWAS, we're going to talk about next, or others, they don't always mean bad things, but the point is the reason these exist, it's like a NATO or European Union. Like, these things grow out of control by the very same people trying to give you the illusion of some kind of a group power structure. Now, what's funny about it is that as they're bucking the idea of a BRICS or collaborative thing, which I'm just as concerned or, skeptical about, but I just like I can't hope the best for Donald Trump. I'd be skeptical and know he's done. So I know what these countries have done, and I'm skeptical where it goes, but I'm hoping for the best. Same thing with everything. That's objectivity, right? Not on one side or the other. But, oh shoot, where's I going with that? So the point was, I lost it. Shoot, I hate when I do that. Anyway, the point I was getting at is that these kind of acronyms these, that's what it was. The idea that you can see them pushing back on that as some kind of a problem, like the multipolar world versus whatever they claim the U.S. has done. I don't even know why you pretend what the U.S. represents is a positive in anything compared to anything. But what's interesting is, isn't that what the U.S. government's been doing this whole time with these other government organized, or like AFRICOM or ECOWAS or anything? It's the same kind of thing. But it's funny when it represents the other guys, you get the point. Whatever they do, it's bad. If they spread freedom around the world legitimately, that's still terrorism because it's being done by them. See, it's a childish mentality. But it goes on to say, and to forge a sovereign path with two neighbors. All right, so Nigeria was the first to expel AFRICOM and then forge sovereign paths with Burkina Faso, which we'll talk about, and Mali. The three countries recently ousted Western-aligned leaders and booted the French military, because most of these were, French-occupied colonies for a very, very long time, like right up until recently. And we'll point this, by the way, these still exist. We're going to talk about one from the UK and like a Cyprus point. Like these people screaming about democracy literally have like straight up illegal, I would call it an occupation, probably illegal. The point is that because of how it began, but today they just kind of operate under a military rule and no one talks about it. But we'll get to that. Now it says they also make up the alliance of Sahel States Confederation. This new anti-imperialist bloc shares defense, economic, and foreign policies and has agreed to issue a joint passport. Now, why would anybody have a problem with that? Because the only way that you can end up making an issue about this is if you go, that's being done because they're secretly being manipulated by this bad guy. Well, even then, that's not your decision, U.S. government. But the point is that may be what they try to say. Or they could say it's actually that they're all terrorists, which is usually the route they take. No, these aren't fighting for freedom. They're all evil terrorist groups and then, allude to some connection with Iran or whatever. But the point is, all they're really doing is saying, we don't want you involved in our decision-making anymore. We don't need you to decide how we live, what we look like, what we think, and what we're forced to create. So we would like to make our own agreements with our own allies and come to our own economic, defense, and foreign policies. But no, the U.S. government says, no, we don't want that, but then screams democracy as they destroy these things and take what they want and put people in prison, and then leave with tatters of the country like every other time. It's not my opinion. This is history. Now it says in this clip from the recent episode of This Week in Africa, they talk about this. And it says Western powers not happy about the revolutionary turn of the events in Africa. For example, in May, just a few months after Niger tore up a military cooperation agreement with the U.S., and a few weeks before the U.S. agreed to leave Niger, as well as we'll get to the overlapping of Israel and them bucking that entire thing, Matt Gaetz literally stood up and called for the U.S. to invade Niger. Now, it's not just that I want to play here. It's what he said when he said it, and I'm going to get to the point about Trump as well. Like, this overlaps with Lebanon. The idea that they're literally targeting you. Targeting might even be generous. They're just literally carpet bombing civilian locations. But it wouldn't surprise me if they were targeting civilians. It's what they do. But what's interesting to me is that here you'll hear Matt Gaetz say, well, you push back, we'll target your family, we'll go after your homes. That's what he says. Paraphrasing. Trump over here talking about Iran says, we'll obliterate you, we'll go after you, we'll destroy your entire cities or whatever. The point is that no matter what they did first would still be a crime, but they don't care because they're not following the law. They're not bound by it in their minds. They only apply that to people that they don't like and usually lie about them breaking the law because other entities in more cases act within the law far more than these countries because one, they know it doesn't work for them that way. But two, I would argue that they just simply are not the same level of villainy that we're staring at here. That does not mean good guy. Every government in the world I have problems with. If you understand my opinion, like anybody knows this show, I think every government is bad because I think government is the ultimate problem. And any government left enough time and power would end up just like the U.S. government. That's my genuine opinion. And I've said that from the moment I ever started doing this show. But people always love to frame it as you said this, therefore you support them because that's their binary way of thinking. But let's check out what Matt Gaetz said here.
What a real U.S. president would do, say that C-130s are on their way to Niger today with the water and the medicine and the food our troops need, that they will have a full fighter pilot escort there.
Oh, for their troops. See, you might have for a moment thought he meant for the people that need it. No. Because they're not the illegal action. They don't get support. Oh, we need support. Oh, you don't give it to them? Well, fine. We'll come in there with our military and give them the food they need to keep fighting you, and then we'll blame you for. It's the belligerence of these people. The idea that they think that they have this right. They love to stand up and say we don't want to be the policeman of the world, and then they force everybody through a butt of a gun or a barrel of a gun to acknowledge that they have that right. But they don't want to say it out loud. Remember, Trump famously said we don't want to be policemen of the world, and then what did he do? Remember, he just recently said, I didn't start new wars, even though that's not even accurate, but I ended them. But that's not true either. But the point is, yeah, you sure as hell kept the military wars going.
And if the food our troops need, that they will have a full fighter pilot escort there. And if the Nigerian government or any other third world thug tries to even turn on their air defense systems, we should show those leaders and those thugs what the target package looks like on their houses and
on their houses,
their family members.
On their family members. What? Okay, so even if you think, let's just even say for sake of conversation, which as far as I can tell is not true, that the Nigerian government is targeting civilian homes somewhere. Are we to pretend that that means that the U.S. government should then target their families' homes because they did it first? Are you 6 years old? That's what the U.S. government does. What Israel does everywhere. Well, they bombed us, so we're going to murder their families. And even though the reality becomes they didn't even do that first. That's what we're going to talk about later. But either way, what he's literally saying here is that we're going to do this regardless of your sovereignty. Try to shoot us down. Who gave you the authority to do this? Why do you think you have the authority to just force your way into a country that doesn't do what you say? Because that's how they see themselves. The illusion of the Democrat, pretending even democracy is what we want, the illusion of some kind of representative dynamic or that these people care about freedom or liberty or democracy or any of it is the illusion of our time. They don't care. They are the authoritarian monarchy mindset. That's what they believe they are. They just know that they have to represent these things to maintain that kind of power.
For the time being, the United States has lost that battle. The United States military has officially all been expelled from Niger. So they are no longer in the air base that he's referring to. It's really important, obviously, that we defend Niger in this moment. I think we need to be super realistic. What Niger has done is incredibly bold. Like, you don't kick out the United States military and not face any consequence.
They see an opening. It's what I've been talking about, guys. It's the moment. And I'm not, I saw an opening for something different action from the side of peoples of their countries, right? Like in the context of Israel. But my point is the same moment was there. People, these governments and actually peoples of the world recognized a shift there's been multiple examples of this. But what I was talking about was the reality that people were suddenly seeing things, calling things out that nobody had expected. But what that then caused, or even at the same time, was a diminish of power for these same structures that have been holding these people under their boot. So they exploited that moment. What's funny about it is that, the same thing Elon tweets out every Thursday or whatever. More than once I've seen him do it. All these movies, you supported the resistance, but in real life, you stand with the empire. It's like, well, that's you, man. That's the whole point. And as we literally see the living embodiment of the empire, literally destroying the resistance or trying to, you guys are standing with the empire. It's funny how it's just the lack of self-awareness or just trying to represent the opposite of what he knows people see in him. That these people are the ones pushing back against the authoritarians. It doesn't mean that they're inherently good. That's not the way the world works. But they are still in the right in what they're doing. These are people that demand that they have their own self-determination.
That doesn't happen, right? It's not like the United States is like, okay, you've given us the boot, we respect that. There's no reality in which, this isn't something where the United States is going to retaliate in some way or another. And so I really, really want people, like, if they take nothing else away from this entire stream, to understand that, like, this is the time to organize, to defend the Alliance of Sahel states, all three countries, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. If you're watching this from Kenya, if you're watching this from Zimbabwe, if you are, watching this and you're an African living in Japan, like, you have to understand, like, this is a window of opportunity we've had for liberation that we haven't had for decades. And if we lose this, like, we're going to be set back so far as a people. And so wherever you are, like, this is the time to really defend the Alliance of Sahel states.
It's just so inherently disgusting that we always act like it's inherently bad, right? If they want to do something that's different than whatever Western culture we're looking from, we somehow frame it as backward and wrong and bad. It's inherently disgusting. And I honestly don't think most people feel like that. I'd like to believe that we're better than that in general, but too many people have been played by the people out there who are presenting the lowest common denominator, the worst of humans characteristics as what we should be like. Like somehow it's praiseworthy to be crass and low-minded and racist and disgusting and just, you could be however you want. That's your right. But framing this is somehow the way that like you're too afraid to be this way. It's just small. These are petty, small, cowardly people who are trying to take control using you playing at your lowest nature. Show them that you're better than that. Now, here's the point from Niger. This is from a while ago, but this was when they cut ties with Israel. Then recently they were being basically the U.S. government and Israel were pressuring them to establish ties, and they refused. So I think that's one part of this. Now, it's just, even in this conversation, I think it's far more U.S. interest, but it's important to highlight that this plays a major role of what goes on in U.S. foreign policy. And I'm going to play a clip for you in a second that shows you that. It's just, I mean, we're going to carry this into Iran because that's the larger point. But you have to realize that everything that's happening in U.S. foreign policy, everything has to do with something in some way, if not entirely, that is an Israel agenda. That's not an opinion. It's very easy to see. Now, that doesn't mean they did it for Israel. I think that is the case. The point is that they did everything you've seen them do going back to I don't know, the 70s. It's hard for me because I only got invested in this work. I don't know. What was the exact year? Not that long ago. So looking back things before that, it's really just me doing research going back, which I have done a lot in time since I started doing this. My point in saying that is just that I think that I'm much more attuned to things that are currently happening and since I've started doing this. But my point is that ultimately you can see that going back. Like, to me, it jumps to mind of things like Zbigniew Brzezinski and the conversation of like the balkanization of the Middle East. But since the creation of Zion of Israel, of the illegal Zionist state, I think we've seen a lot of stuff shift in that direction. But nonetheless, the point is that their foreign policy is Israel's foreign policy. It's right on the record. I've said this many times, and you should prove me wrong. The U.S. government, rather the two sides of the illusion of our U.S. government, are aligned always in two main things, which is the war and support for Israel. And we're almost always at war because of Israel. Look, it's very easy to prove. But so Niger cuts ties with Israel, and I think that plays a factor. Here is what is this? Ijeli Speaks, an account on Twitter, points out the throttling down of his account, he's claiming anyway, started after he started speaking up against ECOWAS. Planned invasion of the Republic of Niger, which is it? These are, I think we go into, actually in here it cites it as well. The point is that this has been an ongoing dynamic. Now, ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States, that's what I was talking about, is not what it appears to be. Sort of like the AOS and the rest of these groups that they love to create to make it look like it's all about freedom and democracy. And these are just simply co-opted, even like the US aid and any National Endowment for Democracy. These groups present as some kind of humanitarian aid organizations. And they do in some ways do these things, and people act these out because they have to creep up that front. But at the end of the day, as James Corbett has covered many times, or as he calls it in one of the best shows around this, it is simply a Trojan horse for regime change. It's what they are. And even they have stated this. Paraphrasing, they say something like, we do today what the CIA used to do in clandestine fashion 50 years ago. They openly stated that. So these groups are created from a grouping of foreign countries to have control. I mean, that's my opinion, but I think that's what the facts show. So he's pointing out that when he starts highlighting that ECOWAS was discussing regime change in Niger, he says ever since he started pointing this out, it's gotten worse over his posts against the Gaza genocide. Who knows if he is being throttled or not, but it wouldn't surprise me that 100% is happening on this platform, largely regarding Gaza, but I think it connects. I think it's about U.S. foreign policy, of which Elon Musk is a new technocratic part. Now it says, if you're reading this, it means you're one of the few who can still see my posts. Check it out, and you should just check out what he's talking about there. I think it's important. Now, here's what it says under ECOWAS on Wikipedia. In 2024, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, interestingly, the same three countries she was just pointing to, announced their withdrawal from the bloc. The countries had earlier been suspended from ECOWAS due to military takeovers of their respective governments. This is casually stated. They've early been suspended. Why? Because the military So the point is, what they're really saying is these countries took back control of our countries. Now, you could disagree with that. Look into the background and realize that it's very obvious. Pretty much every country in Africa has been occupied long before the United States, but the game still exists today. And then, of course, again, not good guy, bad guy, but China steps in playing the alternative role to this and says, here, we'll give you a deal, which I guarantee is dramatically in the benefit of China, usually at the expense of everybody else, but it's an option. And they go, wow, okay, so U.S. is saying, we'll take whatever we want and you can shut up. Okay. And then pretend maybe we get a benefit here and there. But they're going, look, we'll make a deal with you. You'll get this and we'll give you that. What do you think they're going to choose? some level of autonomy. That's the point. So here, all they're saying is they frame it as their military is taking over. The point is these stood up and said, we don't want you controlling what we do anymore. I think that's important to think about. Now, Pepe Escobar, who you should check out, respect his work, says ECOWAS is a bloody scam. Controlled by France, US, UK, and the US, like all the rest of these, they gave a 1-week ultimatum to Niger military. This was in July of 2023, and threatened to invade them. That's on top of the rotten EU garden suspending money and security cooperation. So that's another way, by the way, in a larger conversation, the same thing they do with foreign policy, where once they take over, they force them to export, or really to, produce only things the U.S., what the other countries controlling them want, forces them to import whatever they need from those countries. So at the point, and this is like part of the whole Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Well, it's more so about the loans and the money, but this is part of the foreign policy dynamic, where once they're in that position, should they start going afoul of what they want, they can pull that rug out. Suddenly, you literally don't even have the infrastructure to sustain what you need because you've been importing it from the countries that now cut you off. That's by design. It's been talked about. It's been written about many times. So when he's saying suspending the money and security cooperation, I mean, this represents the way that, in many ways, that rug being pulled. But I think in many ways, these governments have been expecting, knowing they were going to push back. So I think same way Russia has tried to kind of insulate itself to U.S. sanctions and has largely succeeded. There's still, for how long it's been going on, that's the point. Now, I pointed this out back on August 2nd, when Burkina Faso, or War Watch, highlighted it. The president of the transition of Burkina Faso wrote that there will be no more exporting of gold to foreign countries for processing. Burkina Faso's gold will be used to back up the country's currency. Now, of course, as we all know, if you want to really get some, regime change democracy going, you talk about a gold-backed currency. But obviously, there's a lot more going on today than just the gold-backed dynamic, but that does play a huge factor. That undermines their sanctions control. But that's why, if you don't remember, we do this. I've only seen a few other people do it, but it is a good thing to do. You see something that you're concerned about, like that looks like it could be problematic, just hashtag regime change watch. Put it out there. Maybe nothing, but keep an eye on it. Right? So we can remember this when it comes up. We can search for this hashtag, which, by the way, is why Twitter is pushing back on hashtags, because it allows you to be able to comb through these things much easier without just looking at what they want you to see that day. But there's a reason that this makes sense, because of all that's been going on, not just gold. Okay, then on the 20th of September, which I posted again, this is from the president of Burkina Faso, same person. He says, Africa doesn't need the World Bank, the IMF, Europe, or America. And frankly, they don't. We have what it takes to grow our economy without loans and refuse to financial slaves. What's interesting is most of these countries need Africa desperately for many reasons, especially rare earth minerals. The other way around, you should ask yourself why. They love to make it, again, some racist point about how they just can't function. They don't know how to take care of themselves. They're not educated. It's not true. The point is these countries have been suppressed by foreign powers for centuries, long before the beginning of the United States empire, because they take what they want from them and they colonize them. And then they keep them in poverty so that they can abuse and take what they want and they can't grow up and push back. So the point is they need all this stuff. They could self-sustain. Everything that goes on in these continents, they very much can self-sustain, especially with the resources that are valuable that they could actually sell for their own benefit to foreign countries, but the U.S. and everybody else just takes what they want. But that's why regime change watch, because it seems very clear this is building. Now, Saleh Revolutionary Soldier points out Burkina Faso Prime Minister, and this is back on the July 2024, says, quote, "We reject the neo-colonial vision of your organization." Speaking of ECOWAS, he says he warned that Burkina Faso is watching closely, and if necessary, won't hesitate to leave both the African Union, even the UN. So this is the point about ECOWAS in general, just so you see that they're calling them out. They see, at least in their minds, they see it as a representation of all that's wrong with foreign policy. He also points out the Minister of Security, Sana, announced, and this is yesterday as of September 24th. So technically, yeah, yesterday. So yesterday says on national TV that people in Burkina Faso, the civilians and soldiers living in particular in a specific location, Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana, have tried several times to destabilize the institutions of Faso with the help of foreign powers. So and again, you take it for what you will. He could be lying. It's always possible. Objectively, it makes perfect sense with what we've always seen in this dynamic. They push back. They don't want control. They start making gold-backed currency, and suddenly there's protests. Suddenly there's revolution, and maybe we should never decide, because this is what an honest, objective person with integrity will do. Even though you know this is what U.S. government does, you still stand back and go, it could be a real revolution. It could be people actually wanting change. In some cases, they do use a real element of that. Then they drive it into chaos, and usually what happens is that real movement peters out, and then the chaos continues. But the point is that nonetheless, we know that this is what they do. This is their hallmark. Now, suddenly, as of yesterday, he's telling you that their neighbors and even people within their country are beginning to seek the help of foreign powers to overthrow them. And really, I argue it's the other way around. Sprinter points out, and this one's on August 1st of 2023. Sorry, I could have put these in better time order. He says, joint statement by the heads of Burkina Faso and Mali. Back in 2023, they said any military intervention in Niger will be tantamount to a declaration of war by the U.S., which they don't care about. They'll frame them as terrorists and do what they want. Also, he says the head of Burkina Faso, the same person we were referencing here before, says he banned the export of uranium to France and the United States. So you see where this goes. This is the power they hold. Should they recognize and really, should they see the actual possibility? Because you stand up and do this, like she was saying earlier, you get shut down. You get stepped on, you get destroyed, you get put in your place because these powers don't care about human rights. They don't care about the legalities. They'll just frame it however they want because they control the structure. The point, though, is that uranium and the gold and all the other rare earth minerals, lithium and cobalt, are monumentally important. I mean, let's not forget the continent of Africa. Even the Israel's primary source of it, or large source, the blood diamond field, their entire industry, which is a huge part of it, which is explicitly blood diamonds, which you can eat. There's been so many articles written about that, and nobody cares. These things, when these things get cut off for these governments, it's very problematic. And that's why they can't allow this. The Summit of African Countries plus Russia and St. Petersburg was excellent, Sprinter says. Now, Jackson Hinkle also points out, and this is back from, where was this? January 2024. At the time, and still to this point, the countries that were supporting South Africa's claim of genocide against Israel. Now, you'll note some very obvious inclusions. Now, first, just note, as right now they love to be like, look at the rest of the world supports Israel. Really? Not really. It's actually shockingly the opposite, but they lie about everything. That's what they do. But the countries denying claims of Israeli genocide, the United States, the United Kingdom. Even most of Europe at that point was really quiet about what was going on. But even today, they kind of, they will, for whatever reason, still support the ongoing genocide, but act like they push back against certain actions. Either way, the vast, vast, vast majority of the world sees what's happening. But I wanted to point out in this context, well, obviously Venezuela, just so you recognize that, but the ones we were just discussing. I had it highlighted, but let's see. Mali. Right there, Mali. There's Niger. And Burkina Faso. So I just want to point this out. So there's obvious different reasons for this, but I very much think that the Israel overlap is important to this conversation. Now, also, as Casey Wright points out, Bloomberg, for whatever reason, has done no fewer than 15 articles about Zambia just in the past month. So see my point? There's something building here. And I think it has to do more so with just the continent of Africa and control over many different things, or at least important dynamics within it. Zambia has a plan to drop the dollar and has implemented a gold-backed currency called ZiG. See, they're losing control of everything. All over the place. That's, again, I'll point out in a moment about Honduras, why I think they were able to take back control of the government from the coup that allowed the ZE fake libertarian technocratic control area that's clearly a part of a larger agenda, which I'm going to do more on around Trump's freedom cities and this weird overlap. There's very alarming discussions going on there that is exactly what you think it is. But the point here is that clearly this is important. All these countries are exploiting this opening, and this is going to get interesting to see how they respond to this. Now it says, and he's pointing out the same thing, is a coup of some type is almost certainly in the works. Now, I will get this, to get into this now would take up the rest of the show, but I'm going to come back to this in hopefully tomorrow or the next day in one of these next shows. On top of that, and again, this is about this discussion right here, which I went over in depth. And I really hope you'll take time to watch this show entirely. It's important. There's something about this that's I know it in my bones to the next step of what's coming. The technocratic regime change under the guise of freedom technocrats are slowly taking control. This has to do with this fake libertarian city called Prospera, which is just basically an illegal occupation using an illegal coup regime to just sign a contract that has signed over the sovereignty of this location in Honduras, which they don't. And even at that time, they still had to expel people from the court system and put them in place to make them vote the way they wanted to. It's all criminal from top to bottom. And now they're even expanding. Crawfish Rock apparently is going to be absorbed into this. I mean, it's crazy what's happening. And now they're suing the government of Honduras because they're claiming they're violating the contract, even though it was a literal military regime change and an illegal contract that they didn't even meet, it seems, for $11 billion. The entire GDP of Honduras is like $35 billion. If they win, that's what I'm worried about. Even right now, I'm worried about what that looks like. That's an over. I mean, even with the Freedom City point from Trump in this article, they use Prospera as a reference. They're using Bitcoin to back this. That literally Starlink is being allowed only for this. It's so crazy, these overlaps. Now, again, I'll get into it in the next show. But the point, here's Honduras. Recent post. Honduras stands up for Palestine, which is not new. They already pulled their ambassadors. They've been screaming about what they're doing in Gaza. They know they're a part of this. They're on the right side of history with this. Now, foreign minister has stated that Honduras will not return its envoys to Israel until a ceasefire is achieved. He confirmed the decision reflects the country's stance and concern about the situation in Gaza. And I included that regime change watch, as well as wanted to reiterate this point. Because remember, this is the current leadership in Honduras. And she just said on September 3rd, she said, the same dark internal and external forces of 2009, which is an Israeli U.S.-backed coup in Honduras, which allowed this fake libertarian city, which is actually a technocratic overtake of the country, to be established. I've proved this in the show. She's saying the same entities that did that in 2009 with the complicity of the national and international corporate media are right now reorganizing in our country to stage a new coup. So Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Honduras, which is, obviously not in Africa, but the point is what we're discussing today, on top, and Zambia. I mean, really, we could go into more about South Africa in general, or South America in general, and there's plenty of examples, or all over the world for that matter, of this kind of thing taking place, all of which is for the explicit interest of the empire at the expense of the peoples there and to you, whether you're in America, in Europe, it doesn't matter. This is going to come back and hurt you. And in many cases, they're using your tax dollars to do it. Now, here's a new statement that she put out today.
As president of Honduras, my first action was to call out and condemn the genocide against the Palestinian people. Already, more than 40,000 innocent people have been murdered by bombing, and in response to that, some countries have remained silent. I also must raise my voice and call for an end to this genocide. Lebanon must not become another Gaza Strip.
Yes. And we're getting to that. Oh, wait, I'll make sure I didn't miss that. So clearly that's not going to sit well with the people who want them to fall in line, right? See them as vassal states to the United States. Oh, Sarah Abdallah just said, at the UN today, the president of Honduras accused Israel of committing genocide against the Palestinian people. Now, which I have some other clips from the UN, by the way, we're going to play. Of course, at the same time, when you're having all these scathing statements, you get the same old technocrats out there who I'm sure I'm talking about, who play the clips of some people that they love to misrepresent, right? Clips that are really applied to all of our government. They go back long before the Biden administration, that apply to left and right, doing the same things around the world, censoring people on their platforms, including Twitter then and now. But of course, they love to make it out to be how it's a scathing indictment of Biden's administration, because that's all they can do. And usually the people that are literally part of that agenda love to frame it as, look at what we're pointing out, which tricks smaller-minded people into thinking they're on the other side. It's very, very small. It's like reverse psychology. It's like basic stuff. They think it does work on some people. But Matt Kennard points something out I thought was really important, and I simply put hashtag rules-based international order. Now, overlaps with the same point about regime change. These are the people trying to present themselves as the rules-based order. He points this out. UK is sending, and this is posted on today, UK is sending 700 more troops to its Cyprus colonies. One of the things he's from Declassified UK. One of the things he's been pointing out a lot is the UK is involved, has been from the beginning in regard to the genocide and what Israel's doing, going back a long way, as well as things like this. That the illusion that there's some kind of a peaceful, just like the U.S. government, they're not what they appear to be. He says UK is sending those troops. Did you know that Britain kept 3% of Cyprus upon, quote, independence in 1960? I didn't know that. He says the territory is run by a military dictatorship. Oh, yeah? How's all the democracy working, UK? Like, it's funny how you guys love to scream these things, but then you literally have a military dictatorship. Why don't we talk about that? I'm sure you've got your reasons why that makes sense, but it's called hypocrisy at the end of the day. He says, with all the power residing in the MOD appointed administrator. So a dictator, and a literal dictator, a ruler of this location. And he says, I recently went. So what we're talking about here is a section of this location they claim was in whatever the legitimacy of the independence we can look into, but that they just held on to this location and people live in this location where they just maintain a dictatorship with one entity that rules over their lives. These are supposed to be the people that are fighting for the opposite of that, everywhere in the world, but they maintain. Why? Because there's obvious needs for them in this location. I think what we need to see in a larger sense around the world, like the illegal occupations, like them murdering children and screaming democracy, that these people are not. In fact, they are the diametric opposite of what they want you to think that they are. Now, on that note, I want to play this clip from Macklemore, regardless of all the partisan, left, right dynamic. How everyone loves to jam things into it. Whoever said this, it doesn't matter who says this. The statement is important. And I believe that this is where we actually are. It's not about one country or left and right or communism and fascism. It is about the opening, the moment for an actual shift. And I'm not talking about BRICS or the other, it's my point. It's the binary thinking. If you have to stand back and look outside of the one side versus the other and just recognize maybe there's a third, maybe there's 14 other options. Maybe there's a new path and we need to fight for that.
Look, I just want to say one thing real quick. I just want to say one thing. Someone asked me, a couple hours ago back here, like, how did you get involved in the movement? And I didn't know before. I didn't know. And we were on tour. October 7th happens and I start paying attention and I start learning. I start listening. I start going back and learning the history.
That's all it takes.
This issue that was deemed so complicated. Oh, that's complicated. You don't want to go there. No, it's actually not that complicated. It's actually not. It's a genocide, absolutely, and it has been since 1948. Don't get it twisted. And so, I made a choice to speak about what I was seeing and to post about what I was seeing. And once you see enough, you can't turn back. And once your heart is open, you can't go back and close it. And so, I thank people like Motaz. There's not words to say thank you that actually can capture the depth of that sincerity, of that deep, deep gratitude, because people like Motaz, the people of Palestine, have opened up my heart and my spirit in a way that would have never been opened up had it not been for their struggle, for their fight for liberation, for their fight for life. It has opened up my experience here as a human being, and I just want them to know out there in Palestine that we are not going anywhere. This is not something like, oh shit, it's been a year, like now we're fading out. Fuck that. Our liberation right here is dependent on Palestinian liberation, is dependent on liberation in the Congo, in Sudan. It is collective liberation all around the world that we are seeking. We must advocate for the most marginalized. We will not rest until we are all free from the river to the sea.
And you see, this is an important point. As Catherine Austin Fitts in a recent interview said that they're doesn't matter who you vote for, they're all for genocide, and they're going to genocide us. Now, that seems that was slightly misinterpreted by some as meaning only the shot. No. If you watch the full interview, she's talking about Gaza. She's discussing Israel. We had a whole conversation about both. And her point was that if you look at them, not only are they all supporting genocide, but they support the action of the injection, both of them used in your body. They support genocide against you and anybody else. So the point that he's making here is important. And the way that they love to try to misrepresent, what is it? Globalize the intifada, right? It's so embarrassing, and it shows you how desperate these people are. All these U.S. politicians who are supporting genocide, who love to pretend they represent you, who are blindly supporting a foreign government who is attacking you in every possible way as well, love to lie to you about these things. Of course, you can use the word revolution to mean bloody terrorism. You could use these words however you want. Intifada simply means resistance. And so the point is when you say globalize it, it means we need to stand up and recognize not just Gaza, not just Syria, not just Burkina Faso, not just many locations around the world that are currently occupied by these powers. It's all of us. It's people who are marginalized, who are repressed, who are occupied, who are put in a position that is not just lacking self-determination. It is time to stand up and take advantage of this moment. And that's why he's saying it like that, because that's what that means. To pretend that it means let's go kill the Jews everywhere. Like, it's just so childishly stupid. It's cartoonish. And the truth, as anybody now is beginning to realize, the biggest threat to Jews in the world is Zionism, for many different reasons, including explicitly killing them. But here, what he's going to say again, to play again, is that we need to take this moment.
I just want them to know out there in Palestine that we are not going anywhere. This is not something like, oh shit, it's been a year, like now we're fading out. Fuck that. Our liberation right here is dependent on Palestinian liberation.
Now, you could take that as many different things. My opinion is that it's because the reality of that's the pinnacle, what this all really does amount to, the shifting of power, the control, and whether we're talking about the technocratic side of it, what we're watching play out is very important. And I agree that the outcome of what this is and who is held accountable will determine the next steps in our world. And at the end of the day, that's what people keep talking about. That if you allow this, if you don't speak up, this is what is going to be normalized going forward for you. And if you can't see that by now, I mean, I am scared for the future.
Is dependent on liberation in the Congo, in Sudan. It is collective liberation all around the world that we are seeking. We must advocate for the most marginalized. We will not rest until we are all free from the river to the sea.
And in case that was confusing, I'm not scared for the future. I mean, I am worried about where some of these things are going. But as I keep pointing out, I'm more hopeful about things like this. The fact that there are so many people, the obvious majority, without question, that are pushing back against this. How is that not inspiring? Yeah, it's really uncomfortable right now because of that. That's why it's gotten crazy. That's why it's so cartoonish. That's why there's no evidence to their claims. I mean, really, there rarely ever is. But right now, like the Iran allegations we'll get into next, I mean, they used to at least try, give it some level of effort. Now it's just, well, Iran, because that makes sense for the narrative. They're not even trying to prove anything. So right now, where we're going, at the very least, has an obvious opportunity for real change. And I what if that, if not hopeful? So the big win for Palestine, which we briefly pointed out the other day, which, it's a mixed bag because it is, as even Sam Husseini points out, it's a pretty weak effort. It could have been a lot more specific and a lot more, but it is still a win. The United Nations General Assembly adopts a Palestinian resolution calling, first of all, the fact that Palestine is represented, right, like legitimately, which bothered Israel, of course, because that only continues to prove their illegitimacy, calling on Israel to end its occupation by an overwhelming majority. Only 43 abstained, 14. Hey, look at that. Abstention. Exactly what we should be counting in our election. There should be an option for that in our elections. They've stolen that from you. That because the point is there are a lot of people who are actually very politically active, like myself, who want to vote, but want to make sure you recognize that I'm not going to choose your lesser of evils dynamic. The ploy, the manipulation. I'm going to abstain in protest and make sure you count that. And then recognize that that's the vast majority of this country. Anyway, 14 against, 124 for. Now, what I want to point out is that, yes, this is an important win. And as well as Sam Husseini's also pointing out, that it is binding. As Craig Mokhiber and plenty of other people, not just politicians trying to lie to you, but people who are in this field, experts in the topic of international law, are telling you. This is not, that he goes, this, quote, non-binding claim is a distraction. The General Assembly resolution codifies the World Court's findings. The court, which is, again, we're talking about the ICJ, the idea that this was the ruling, and then the UN is supposed to be where this gets codified. That's his point. The court's opinion addresses matters binding in international law, including erga omnes, which is Latin for something in this context. I didn't look it up. Let's see what it says right here. It means, if it'll load for me. That's weird. That's strange. I've never seen that. There it is. Oh, what? What's going on here? That is weird. If you can, it doesn't even worth explaining for people that probably see it on the non-podcast. All right, so it means the rights or obligations are owed toward all. So, but the point is that the obligations are legally binding on all states. States cannot be compelled to act by the UNGA, but they will be in the breach of their pre-existing legal obligations if they act contrary to what the court has found. That's legally binding. So the bottom line is, what anybody not adhering to this is violating international law. So that's the point that I want to make. Obviously, it's a win for it to happen, knowing that the U.S. and Israel are going to say no, because, I mean, guys, they have whatever you want to call it, 10 times over double down on this complicity of genocide, or just on this genocide. They know there's no pulling back from this. They know that. The U.S. government, more than anybody, Blinken more than anybody, is the bumbling fool that gets thrown out in front of you to be the focal point of your hate at this point. Blinken just gets rolled out to say the stupidest things contrary to what everyone is saying. I'm convinced at this point he will be the one thrown on the bus when is needed, because he's the face that everybody hates, because he's always the one out there saying all the dumb stuff that everyone knows is false. But it's just, he's just the puppet of the whole thing at this point, but they're all part of it. But the overarching point is that this is something that should matter, whatever your thoughts about the United Nations, not the body, but these are independent states that are voting, whatever you think of them. So the question becomes, now that they have just said, we don't care, in countless examples, realistically going back decades, usually around Israel, but any other context they just don't care about. You've seen it over and over. The U.S. and Israel just go, you're bad, or you're an illegitimate thing, or you're all Hamas, or you're racist against me, and just don't care and disregard the rulings in the Security Council, on the General Assembly, constantly. So my question is, doesn't that make this an invalid entity? Yes, it does. Because what does it matter if they just get to only point at the ones that they agree with while just bucking anything else? That means that going forward, it just doesn't have any standing. And so more than ever, it's been happening a long time, but now at this point that everyone's staring at, what does this change going forward? Because I'm going to show you already where Israeli entities are going, look at this resolution they're not following. I mean, really think about how embarrassing that is for people like this. Here's Elon Levy. This is probably one of the most ignorant people in this conversation. The fact that the UN Security Council 1701 has not been implemented in 18 years is monstrous. Like, think about how, and we're going to get to the point of Lebanon, where they're going, imagine being displaced from your home for almost a year. They actually said that. But I mean, they know that all of Palestine's been displaced. They just lean into the lie, because what else are they going to do? But think about how embarrassing it is to stand up when the world knows that you've done that more than once, and 25 times just since October 7th, and you're screaming about how your illegal settlers had to be removed from their illegal settlements for a year, and that's so atrocious. So here he is going, the UN Security Council. Wait a minute, Levy, I thought you said the UN was Hamas. So now you're upset that they didn't follow Hamas's resolution? Like, we need to ridicule these people. They are on the surface of the conversation, proving moment to moment to be ridiculous, to be hypocritical, to be illegal, you could go on forever. To be people that do not care about the law, but force it on you. So here's what the state of Palestine said, or excuse me, the President Cyril Ramaphosa, I believe, of South Africa, saying in regard to Palestine and the recent United Nations conversation.
The violence the Palestinian people are being subjected to is a grim continuation of more than half a century of apartheid that has been perpetrated against Palestinians by Israel. We South Africans know what apartheid looks like. We lived through apartheid. We suffered and died under apartheid. We will not remain silent and watch as apartheid is perpetrated against others.
And don't forget, Elon Musk is from South Africa. So you'd think that he might, be a little bit understanding. No, clearly not. But the point, maybe obviously different sides. But the point here is that this is obvious that people are standing up and calling this out, and the vast majority agree with it. In case you forgot, I'll include the three leading human rights groups that Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and Baseless, which is the leading Israeli human rights group, telling you 2021 that this Israel is an apartheid. Here's Amnesty: Israel's apartheid against Palestinians. The leading Israeli human rights group: a regime of Jewish supremacy from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. This is apartheid. Now, just because they say it doesn't make it the case, but it is the case, legally speaking, in every other way possible. Everyone in the world acknowledges, other than the people who have an interest in not letting you see it. Now, Francesca Albanese highlighting a documentary that you really should watch, but you've seen, in other ways, damn near everything that's in horrifying realities of illegal settlers raping, pillaging, burning people alive, burning houses down, stealing, terrorizing, long before October 7th. TRT World put this out, this documentary called Holy Redemption: Stealing Palestinian Land, exposes how the sick mentality of illegal Zionist settlers is used against Palestinians in the West Bank. Francesca Albanese, UN rapporteur, says, must watch. TRT World produced a formidable account on why Israel's presence in the occupied Palestinian territories cannot be called other than settler colonial is criminal, and as ordered by the ICJ and now the United Nations General Assembly, must be dismantled immediately, which they won't do. In fact, they're expanding into Lebanon now, which they already occupied Lebanon. That's only going to increase. Countries aiding or assisting this project may be found complicit with heinous crimes. And by the way, that's far too late. They're already complicit. But our point is the simple reality that this is obvious. The evidence is on the record. They're screaming about what they're doing. They're posting their own videos of their own complicity in genocide and acts of genocide all across social media. Their own people in power are telling you the things they're saying that other governments are saying aren't true. It really is wild how obvious it is. And then the overarching point is still the same. What does it mean for the United Nations going forward? What does it mean when what you can see on the record is that they're just disregarding the most recent example and one of the largest events that we're seeing right now? And at the same moment, this is today, people like this are saying, what about that security? Really? Clearly he's trying to make the point by saying, but by acting like, well, that one didn't, but he doesn't say that. The fact that it hasn't been. But see, the point is, this is not new. You can go back decades and show how many times Israel explicitly has just said, we don't care about that resolution, usually just calling the UN racist. So again, ask yourself why Elon Levy would say that this one needs to be upheld, seeing as how you didn't care about the others, or that the UN is apparently Hamas. We need to make fun of these people. Glenn Greenwald, despite this, the reality of what we're actually seeing in the recent United Nations ruling, which again is supposed to be international law, right? The old rules-based order, or that the U.S. government, Blinken explicitly said the difference between us is that we follow international law, and here they are just ignoring it. Again, that's, in a non-genocide context, that you could almost make that funny. How ridiculous and bumbling these people are, how they just lie to your face. But it's not funny because they're literally killing children as I speak. But despite that, despite the worldview of everyone seeing that they've said, this is a problem, you're supposed to do this, that's a crime, they're occupying it, it's an apartheid state, guess what the U.S. does? Sends more troops to the Middle East to help Israel fight Lebanon, according to the Pentagon. Who, Glenn Greenwald says, specifically made this decision to deploy massive U.S. military assets to the region for Israel's new war? It's a good question. The point is, it wouldn't matter if it was Trump or Biden or Kamala or they're all doing the same thing. So here we go. Everyone's screaming about World War III. The very people that are acting like it's it's funny how the people that are going to make that case are pointing anywhere other than what Israel's doing. And this is the living example of what that is. I shouldn't say that. There is actually a lot of Republicans who are pointing this out. rather conservatives, I would argue, non-team sport policy. But they're pointing out that this is what's leading us there. But what you will not hear is from the mainstream alternative media, screeching about globalism while ignoring the obvious globalist agenda of Israel, or pointing anything other than what they're actually doing. And every string ties back to them and what this conversation is, but they don't want you to see it. It's really sad, but make sure you note that when you look to, engage with media. Greg Stoker also points out, remember how I said, and this is what he's saying, I wouldn't be concerned until I saw deployment orders from active duty combat units to West Asia? Well, the 101st Airborne Division touched down in Cyprus, talking about the UK overlap, possibly in Negev. He says Cypriot media reporting mass mobilizations on British bases. So that's Kurnaut's whole point. They've been active in this ongoing genocide from long before it even started in regard to Israel's illegal occupation. But here's the actual documentation they're deploying. So, let's realize this is not some kind of a small thing. It's already there. The U.S. government, the UK, they're embedded, occupied. They are in league with this with this genocide. But this is just a public example, which is pretty concerning. And despite them screaming how they want to de-escalate, every single thing they do is the opposite. And that is the game. People who want politically to pretend that's the game, if it was Trump, for example, they'd go, he said de-escalate. You're all lying, even though weapons and bombs and everything else, that's what matters. Action is what matters. What either one of them say right now is, as we all know, meaningless for 1,000 reasons, because it almost never comes to pass. For whatever you want to justify it with, that's what we should actually engage with, the reality, not the team sport politics. But as Censor Man points out, all of this, if we can't acknowledge by now that U.S. foreign policy is essentially an extension of Israel's agenda, you're lying to yourself. That's not about a racist point or a religious point. It's about the obvious objective reality of what has been done by U.S. foreign policy and whose interest it has served. Nothing has been in the interest of the U.S. government, or, well, I should say specifically the U.S. population. You could argue that it's been in the interest of the U.S. government because their interests are for Israel, but either way, it is not in the interest of this country, not even remotely. Even the idea of stopping terrorism, well, everything they've done has been growing that. Literally arming, funding, and working with the people that they say they're trying to fight. We should know this by now. Whether it's Israel funding Hamas right up until October 7th, which is a shockingly obvious point to prove, or the fact that they have been arming, working with the worst elements of what they claim they're fighting in the Middle East since this has been going on. Don't forget that the reality that Zionism is the impetus for terrorism in this location.
Certainly the Zionists have used it and brought it, in fact, to the area. Terrorism, as we know it today, the planting of bombs in marketplaces and so on and so forth, was, in fact, introduced into the Middle East by the Zionists in the 1920s. But the net result of Zionist terrorism and violence in the first third of the 20th century has brought forth, to my mind, the anomaly, the horrific and unacceptable status in the Middle East today of the State of Israel, which is, in fact, an armed garrison state, which now exports more arms and distributes violence all around the world.
And don't forget that, by the way. This point can't be missed. Even while this is happening, your government and many governments are dumping arms and money into the hands of Israel, who then literally, in some cases, sells it to other people. It's just so gross how obvious this is. And why is that okay with anybody, whether you're in the UK, the United States, or anywhere? If this is supposed to be because they're in such desperate need, why is that happening? There was an article written in Israeli media about that. Kills me.
Vastly disproportionate to its size. In that respect, I think it's a horrible cycle of violence. But in it all, I think the Palestinian is the victim. There's no question about that.
Yeah, there is no question about that. Now, here is Censored Man pointing out, how can anyone watch this and think that Israel hasn't been running American foreign policy?
Other nations that you would recommend that the United States launch preemptive attacks upon at this point?
The answer is categorically yes. The two nations that are vying, competing with each other, who will be the first to achieve nuclear weapons, is Iraq and Iran. A third nation, by the way, is Libya as well. While no one is watching, under the cloak, is trying very rapidly to build an atomic bomb capability. The question that you ask, I think, is vital. It's important, and that is, what do you do about it? You have to dismantle the network, and the question is, do you dismantle all of it at once? No. The first thing you did after the wake-up call on September 11th was that you took on the first regime, the obvious regime. You removed the Taliban regime, and you scattered al-Qaeda, although it has not been completely destroyed yet. Now the question is, what's your next step? Knowing that 3 of these nations are developing nuclear weapons. This is not a hypothesis. It is fact. Iraq, Iran, and Libya are racing to develop nuclear weapons. So now what is the next step? I believe that the next step is to choose. It's not a question of whether you have to take action, but what kind of action and against whom. If I had to choose, should there be military action first against Iraq or first against Iran, I would choose to go after Iraq.
How do we ignore something like that? And the reality of foreign policy, which followed suit explicitly. Well, let's not forget that Netanyahu himself spoke about this, and this is Haaretz. This is from 2008. Netanyahu says 9/11 terror attacks good for Israel. Oops. Because they just belligerent. They take advantage. Here, and I'll include James Corbett's work specifically on the 9/11 suspects. Part of this is a larger multi-part called 9/11 Suspects series. This is about the dancing Israelis and the reality, which, by the way, if you haven't seen this, you watch this and there's no question about what this shows you. It's these people went back to Israel and did an interview about how they were sent there to document the 9/11 event. They were Mossad agents, and it's all on the record. It's so easy to prove, but we just pretend it's not there because you're racist, which used to work. Now, let's not forget this clip, which will bring us over into Donald Trump and the rest of our government seemingly screeching about how Iran is the next thing. Well, why do you think that is? That has been Israel's focal point, Israel's endpoint in this for a long time. Maybe you've forgotten this clip. Now, regardless of what you think about Clark, and we should be skeptical of why this ever came out, it doesn't matter. The truth is that this is a real dynamic that has taken place going back to Zabrinski, even before, but Zbigniew Brzezinski and the balkanization and the long-term plan of what they need to accomplish for Israel, but for their own agendas as well. But I think largely be put forward and driven by Israel. Like post-JFK assassination, which was conducted with the CIA and Mossad, things have shifted very dramatically in this direction. And there's a reason that shift took place and why that was taken out. Because, remember, he was focusing on exposing the AIPAC connection, influencing our government, and exposing the Dimona nuclear plant, which showed that they had nuclear weapons, that they stole the technology from the United States. And then he was killed. And here is what happened because of that, or rather, one of the many things that happened after this because of that influence going forward.
After 9/11, about 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who had used to work for me. And one of the generals called me in. He said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, "No." He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know."
I always hate that people laugh right there. Like, I get it. You know, it's kind of the way he's smiling. But it's like, you think about, why would that be a funny moment? Like, the point is, like, we're going to war with people, murdering, killing people. We don't even know why. That's not funny. That's terrifying. But, the point is, it's kind of, we're supposed to look at it like that. Like, you're outside of it all, right? We're fighting for freedom, whatever. Just kill those children. Let's go back to Slits. Go back to Walmart, McDonald's, and just enjoy our day. It's just crazy to me how much American population has been put to sleep so these things could carry us. So we laugh at things like that. Remember, 500,000 children. We thought it was worth it. That's one of the many outcomes of this discussion.
He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." About the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do."
And of course, the other point is that, remember, the narrative was cobbled together that these were weapons of mass destruction. Well, the point was they knew from the very beginning that wasn't true. And that's come out a long time ago, but nobody went to jail for it. Ask yourself why.
So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to al-Qaeda?" He said,
"Nope."
No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just..."
And al-Qaeda is an asset of the U.S. government, Israel. There's no question. Not every single piece, probably, but the overarching discussion, just like with Hamas or the way they used the Mujahideen against Russia and Afghanistan. It's the same exact dynamic, guys. This is what they do.
Made the decision to go to war with Iraq. He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail."
We could take down governments. That sound like democracy to anybody? I mean, look, everybody everywhere with a brain knows that was never the case. ask yourself why we have to put up pretenses for this.
So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, are we still going to war with Iraq? And he said, oh, it's worse than that. He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, this is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran.
Every single one of which the U.S. government is bombing, or has been, or some other way manipulating, and ultimately is at war with. And this is the point. That is an Israeli agenda for Israeli interests. And currently with Lebanon, Iran being the end game, all of this builds in the same direction. It's incredible to me, Trump included. And the fact that this is so easily stated, we're going to go to war, we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years. And this is a very public conversation. It's not disputed. This is the reality. Obviously, since we saw it carry out. Not necessarily 5 years, but the point is the same. And yet we still walk around pretending like there's something else going on. Let's get past this. As Americans, as the world, let's stop putting up pretenses for oligarchs and powerful people that tell you how to think.
I said, is it classified? He said, yes, sir. I said...
And then it goes on to make the same point. And again, the bottom line is that was the case, and ending with Iran. So I'll include this since I mentioned it. My interviews with Corey Hughes, it's a great interview. Was Israel behind the assassination of JFK? At least in his research and his opinion, very much so. And I agree. Then this clip, which you've probably seen before, just showing you this public conversation about how are we going to get to war with Iran before we actually show how they're beginning these agenda. Well, again, this has been going on a long time. But it's clear that this is beginning to come out. This is beginning to, they're marshaling their efforts against Iran again. Now, it may fail again. It may falter because they're clearly losing influence, but the point is that they've done this many times. Going back to before the illegal coup, Operation Ajax, right? And then after the revolution, where they took back control of their country, whatever you think of them, against an illegal occupation. And then forever since, they're all evil, terror, bad guys. But the truth is, whatever you think, even if that is the case, that what they're doing is still illegal. What they're doing is still the worst example of what we need to stop in this world. Because remember, where the actual the terrorism element comes from is their partner.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran.
Now, this is the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. And this goes Patrick Clausen. Right out of the gate, it's really hard to see how the president gets us to war with Iran. This is the reality of our current rulership, and going back a long way.
Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests.
Right, not democracy, not freedom, but what's best for their interests, not your interests, but the government's interests. And we've seen that. Again, if you could dispute that as a statement and what you think is going on, but if you look back at the last just 20 years of policy, obviously, do you really think those choices were in the interest of anybody other than Israel? Anybody other than the immediacy of current government entities trying to benefit from that dynamic? It's hurt this country. It's hurt you. It's hurt the world, everything. So that's the reality. That's the objective reality of even if you think they tried to do good things, clearly they were failing. And that's the point that I always make, because it's so clear that's not the case. But even if you think that, shouldn't we go, whoa, don't do it again. Stop, please. Stop working on Lebanon. Stop there because they are that bad at it. But clearly it doesn't matter because the driving factor behind this has nothing to do with logic.
Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into the war, be best for U.S. interests. Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II. As David mentioned, you may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode. Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall we had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode. We didn't go to war with Spain until the until the Maine exploded. And
every war starts with a false flag is a common statement. There's a lot of truth to it. And the truth is, as he said, crisis initiation is tough. So if you hear him say that to start and then listen to these, well, this is the way language works. He's discussing crisis initiation. crisis initiation, which means all of those were initiating crisis, which would then lead to the justification to war. They did this. And every example he's listing is pretty easy to prove.
May I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked.
All the way back to Lincoln.
Which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing, which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack.
Okay, so that's very clear. Ends it by saying Lincoln literally chose to do the thing that he knew would draw it, so then he could use that to justify a thing that killed people, a thing that you then point at and say, how dare that you use that as the cry for why you're the one being attacked and we have to fight back. That is the history of these people.
So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war.
That's crazy.
But I would just like to suggest...
And the laughing, like just this smug, superior idea that they're just chuckling about entire continents going to war, countries going to war, and how hundreds of thousands of deaths, all for your agenda.
Suggest that one can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th.
And don't forget that. So when he's pointing at sanctions, realize what he's saying. They're not sanctioning them because we're trying to help the people of Iran, because they're starving them, because they throw people off the roof, all these narrative claims they've thrown out. No, he's talking about getting them to war. So sanctions are a means to get them to war with Iran. This is what's so frustrating for people like us that are watching these things, that can see that just people that are lost in the Fox News, CNN dynamic. It's impossible sometimes. It's so vividly clear that they are not what they present themselves as. And our entire job is just trying to get you to look at it. Listen to them. They're telling you, look at what Israel just did. Look at what they're saying everywhere. They're trying to initiate war and then calling themselves the victims. And you apply that to anybody we're talking about right now.
We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why?
Wow.
We can do a variety of things if we wish to increase the pressure. I'm not advocating that.
Oh, yeah, you are.
But I'm just suggesting that this is not a either-or proposition. It's just...
Right. So we could destroy their submarines and kill people, or we could do sanctions, or both. Good times.
Sanctions has to succeed, or other things. We are in the game of using covert means against the Iranians. We could get nastier at that.
And don't forget that killing people who are not in an active military situation are a crime, no matter who they're part of and what they're working with. These people don't care about any of the laws, any of the rights, any of the things they profess to care about. And it's not my opinion. Look at their actions. Now, as Daniel McAdams points out in regard to what Trump just said, this is today, mind you. Trump says, big threats on my life by Iran. He's referring to these, whatever you want to call them. The whole ear debacle, the guy in the field who apparently had a gun, who wrote a letter about how he failed months before he ever did it, because that makes perfect sense, right? Or I guess the other one that everyone's claiming is some kind of third attempt, which is just so, it's actually crazy how cartoonish this is getting. Maybe that's the point. I don't know. Consider that too. Maybe we're supposed to call this, I don't know. But what's wild is how, out of everything, despite how crazy these stories are, and I'm not saying one thing or the other. I honestly don't know. I'm just, what I can point out is, for example, like this is what I said in a recent interview, that the ear thing is really interesting to me. Because from any object, like if you took this outside of the Trump partisan conversation and just took like a doctor, aside from everything, and said, if I shot with this gun and nicked the top of that ear, is there anything I could do that would make it be nothing in 12 days? I mean, come on, guys. It's just I mean, the easiest explanation is that I don't even want to get into speculation. The point is, because that's where people jump to conclusions. The point is not to say this means that, or I think that. My honest opinion about that first one was just like, it blows my mind that it just got left where we have no idea. Not even the corporate media. Ultimately, they just went with the ultimate first general narrative that basically Republicans are it's funny how the Republicans are going with the official narrative. But that doesn't make any sense, because there's been so many contradictions. I mean, I go through it all again. It blows my mind. And then the Ryan Ruth thing is wild, because ultimately, remember, he apparently sent a box months before to somebody with a letter that said, I failed. And then with a thing that said $150,000 to whoever completes the job. So he planned to fail. I mean, they are either this bad and clumsy at patching this together, or that's meant to be seen. But what's crazy to me is most of the Republicans talking about it weirdly omit that point. You know why? Because it's far more useful to make it seem like they were praising a bounty on the president. That's what they're doing. Look at the government put out a bounty and they're not even ashamed to put it. Well, it doesn't make any sense if he wrote it a month before and put it in a box and sent it. The point is, guys, this is clumsy. Nobody cares. Like, it's the point they make about Putin claiming to endorse Kamala Harris, which whether he does or not, it's certainly possible. The clip they point at is a joke. And a 4-year-old could tell that, where they were laughing about it. And the point was Biden said he calls on his allies and he goes, well, I guess I got to promote Kamala then. And they all laugh about it. And all of them to this very day are going, he supported Kamala. There you go. Because it works. And they all know it wasn't true. They just used it because it works. That's the partisan game for you. They even had to write an article from ABC that was like, turns out he didn't really endorse her. It's like, my God, do we live in this kind of, I don't believe most people are that stupid. But he goes on, big threats on my life by Iran with zero evidence whatsoever. The entire U.S. military is watching and waiting. Come on. I mean, again, this is classic Trump. Every military in the world and the universe and every planet I've ever known of is currently watching my back. As opposed to just some of them are kind of looking for things that might happen. The entire military, it's funny how obvious he is with his exaggerations. We all know that, but it just kills me. But he goes, moves were already made by Iran that didn't work out. Okay, for example, Vance did the same thing. There's no evidence of this. They're just bluntly saying they want you to think that the assassination attempts, even though Vance even was like, well, we don't know for sure, is all Iran with no evidence because that's an Israeli agenda. But it says moves were already made, but they will try again. Not a good situation for anyone. Now, of course, it's certainly possible, but it doesn't make there's no evidence whatsoever that Iran had anything to do with any of this, other than somehow, like I would argue at the worst or the best narrative, they would try to cobble this back to some Hamas action they claim is Iran or Hezbollah, but at the end of the day, there is nothing like that. They haven't even tried. It all comes back to some internal source from the government that says, because I'm surrounded by more men, guns, and weapons than I've ever seen before. Thank you to Congress for unanimously approving more money to the Secret Service. The same Secret Service, by the way, that most of his supporters are saying are trying to kill him because, totally lines up. But it says, nice to see Republicans and Democrats get together on something, right? That's just a very lazy kind of nod to this lie about the Unity Party. The resistance and the Unity Party. It's just the same old two-party dynamic. It's just lazy. They really are trying hard this time, and it's failing. But it says an attack on a former president is a death wish for the attacker. And this is where it comes into the next part. A death wish for the attacker. So anything that happens now is an Iran attack, and that means I have to attack Iran. It's pretty easy to see how that works. But here's a quick side point before we go to the point he just said about bombing Iranian homes. Anna Mastin points out that Trump is working on the transition team 3 months early due to private donors. That if are you paying attention outside of partisanship, that should be kind of concerning. Because private donors means like the Adelson, Thiel overlap. And that's pretty weird to me for them to be already kind of handpicking the transition team before but let's just call it preparation. Okay. Put that aside. It says Kennedy spoke in length about this. He said, Trump, I'm going to put you on the transition team. Or Trump said, I'm going to put you on the transition team. He says, President Trump told me that the last time around when he got into the office that he was not prepared to govern. So you already see where this is going. Just give me a pass. Whitewash everything, including the way I still praise the thing that killed all those people, the shot. I just wasn't prepared, And what did we tell you last time? He came out and said, I'm going to surround myself with the best people. And he picked the literal swamp. And we said, those are bad people. And they go, well, you got to have insiders to fight the inside. And then one by one, they all became the same people he told you they were. And they go, well, he didn't know any better. Well, guess what? That's what we were saying. But just because you want to kind of step along with whatever Trump points to at that moment and go, that's the thing. No, that's the new narrative. No, that's why. You were wrong, even though you were right. You're right. You're Scott Adams right there. Same thing. The bottom line is that's what we said would happen. And it's happening again. But he's saying he wasn't prepared to govern. He said he really didn't know what came next. Well, isn't that a pretty stupid thing to say? You were running your entire campaign. You had all sorts of, I don't even believe that. You're telling me you have an entire grouping of people you've hired and they didn't prepare for the next step, that you didn't know what to do next? All this is done in my mind is to try to say, just give me a pass for everything that didn't happen then. And it was because I wasn't ready. Oh, he's so humble. He admitted he wasn't ready. Now we're going to do it right this time. Come on, Thiel and Vance and Elon and all the rest of the same. Come on, guys. Silly. It says that he was immediately surrounded with business corporations, lobbyists who said, put this guy in power, put that guy in position. Yeah, exactly. So if I was able to foresee that, you telling me Trump couldn't think that together? Come on. There are 14,000 positions the president had to fill. Well, yeah, guys, this wasn't new information. And he filled them with the worst possible people alive. Anyway, you get where this goes. And now the point is, well, now private donors are allowing it to happen early. Yeah, that's pretty terrifying to me. So what that means is now the Israeli lobby, around the Israeli lobbying effort is going to handpick who he puts in his cabinet. By the way, just like every other time, whether it's Israel or Citibank or whatever you want to talk about, it's never what you think. Tired of having to play this game where people that want you to scream you down from beginning to notice this. Now here is where this goes next, which is happening now. So as RFK was speaking on the stage, acting like Trump just needs to get a pass because he just wasn't ready. Well, what's the excuse this time then, RFK? Here's Daniel McAdams. Where is Trump getting this idiotic idea that Iran is sending hit teams against him? Well, guess what, guys? From the same neocon thug who wanted to arrest Trump supporters as domestic terrorists. Exactly the point Whitney makes. He says, come on, Trump, how can you fall for this again? Well, my point is he's not falling for anything. He's just not on your side. Julie Kelly points out the woman in the yellow square, guess who? Avril Haines. Avril Haines, the same swamp creature involved with 201, involved with many different problematic situations that we've been highlighting for a very long time. And guess what? Here she is in Trump's ear yet again. Says to the left of Susan Rice, to the right is current Deputy AG Lisa Monaco. These people are informing Trump. It says, or just specifically Avril, but this case is a picture about Obama's time. But it says Rice called Haines and Monaco her sisters. It says Haines is now Biden's DNI. She briefed Trump yesterday on Iranian threats against him. Now, it doesn't have to mean that she's blindly taking direction from Avril Haines, but what it means is that whoever says it, it's like, good, let's use that. Or it could mean exactly what he's highlighting. But this says, my sense of things here in the waning months of 2024 is that Trump is even more susceptible now to nonsense intel and bad advice than he was during the first term. Again, this leans into the idea that he's like a bumbling fool that doesn't know he's being misled. Maybe, but that's pretty unnerving in any case. But I think it's more specific that this is all part of something. But Daniel says, sadly, I think you're right. Zero indication that he has taken any realists, let alone non-interventionists, into his foreign policy circle. You might have said RFK, except he's blindly supporting the biggest genocide we can see. Dark says he's trusting the same organizations and agencies that destroyed his first term. Again, maybe it's because he's a part of it, guys. And here's what he just said. This is from today, or at least posted today. It says, I'll play it first.
If I were the president, I would inform the threatening country, in this case Iran, that if you do anything to harm this person, we are going to blow your largest cities and the country itself to smithereens. We're going to blow it to smithereens. You can't. Now, see how this always works. Words have meaning, okay? Especially when you're a ruler. But as always, they're going to go, well, he was just speaking off the cuff and he didn't mean it's civilian. Well, how do you know that? I love how they love to jump in and defend and act like you know what was in his mind. That's very childish. It's like that. You might as well be corporate media, okay? The reality is he said blow what was the first word? Hold on. It was something in country. The country itself, just cities and your cities. So either way, so all of a city or all of the country. Let's just take city. If you're going to blow the city to smithereens, you're going to kill civilians. But we already know this is how they operate, guys. They've killed civilians, broads, in every single field of war, including Gaza, that I've ever seen. And that's, interestingly enough, Israel loves to throw that point out. You guys didn't care when they were killing all these civilians in Iraq. Well, yeah, we actually did. But thank you for making my point. So what he's doing there is saying, and let's just even say he doesn't mean it. Because I don't know, maybe he's just blustering because that's what he does. Nonetheless, he is standing up as the one pretending to be the rules-based order, whatever you want to say his narrative is, fighting for democracy or freedom or fighting for the rules or whatever. And screaming that we're going to just annihilate your cities. Why? Because you threatened us. That is Israel speaking. It's the same thing they do everywhere, right? You poke my guy in the eye, I'm going to murder 17 of your family. Yeah, that's sure as hell a crime. They don't care.
That's why we saw with the UN, with the journalists, right now with Lebanon, one of the biggest examples you're seeing is that journalists and aid workers and UN members, and they're pulling themselves away because they know they're going to get targeted. So there's a successful operation, and the only reason it's successful is because the power structures pretending to fight for human rights turned a blind eye to hundreds of UN members, hundreds of people, journalists, doctors, nurses, ambulance drivers, we'll get to in a minute. They damn well know that. And that's the whole byproduct of it.
Country itself to blow your largest cities and the country itself to smithereens. We're going to blow it to smithereens. You can't do that.
And why do you cheer for something like that? Like, that's not a cheer-worthy moment. That's like cheering on a movie. Even if you think it's the right move, that is something that's a somber nod. Yep. If you agree with it, which I don't, which is disgusting to say we would bomb an entire city because you threaten our people. But that's what he's turning people into. He is the lowest common denominator. Kamala's just too stupid to know what's going on. But the point is they're both leading in the same direction.
And there would be no more threats.
There'd be no more threats, apparently, despite Israel actively threatening us every single day of our lives, or many other countries that you've destroyed who are actively recognizing you as a threat. But no more threats because we murdered this. What that causes is the exact opposite of what they frame every time. This lie about security through strength, or through, as Israel's literally saying in Lebanon, through escalation, de-escalation. I mean, they're just playing you for a fool. That's how stupid they think we are. Prove them wrong, because we're not that stupid. The problem, though, is that the people like this in the screen, or Kamala, or Trump, or FK, or whoever we're talking about, redundant, I said Trump twice, is that they don't care. They allow it. Most of us care. They're just trying to bring you down to their level. All for the interest of a foreign country at your expense. Blow them to smithereens. Well, Daniel McAdams points out that they're really bringing up the temperature again. They put out this ridiculous video of some, I think this came from, this person says, posted on Ayatollah's website. I don't know the validity of that. The point is that there's propaganda flying around everywhere, and all this is showing is Trump golfing and some targeted attack, right? Which, again, that's exactly what we're seeing in every dynamic. Everywhere, Israel and the United States, I mean, they're all blustering the same thing. My point, as always, is that's why governments are the problem. But overall, what Daniel McAdams says is and this is being posted by Mike Lee, who is a senator for Utah. He says they're again pushing the Saddam has WMD's BS to gin up war on Iran. And just like before, Washington's know-nothing political class is falling for it hook, line, and sinker. But again, I simply argue that they're not falling for anything. Some of them are just blind followers and don't even know they're being played, but I think most of them are playing a role. A lot of money's flying into their pockets that has everything to do with interest outside of this country. Speaking of that, here's Tom Cotton. He says, where do Hezbollah's missiles come from? Well, from Hezbollah, and maybe their allies as well, but you act like this is some kind of an entity that is, like the way they love to frame these, like even Iran for that matter. Except when they want to frame them as them being technologically advanced to sell weapons to other people. They love to frame as back cave, Muslims in their caves, like just disgusting racist sentiments. When in reality, they're one of the most technologically advanced locations on the planet. Speaking of Iran. But then the point is Hezbollah does work with their allies, just like the U.S. government sells weapons to the most dangerous people in the world. All of them. And we're not talking about Iran or Saudi Arabia, or Syria. Definitely Saudi Arabia, but all these locations that they do sell to are regarded as the most dangerous, the most potential for human rights violations around the world. The report comes out every year. Every year they keep selling them to them. Israel and Saudi Arabia, chief among them. But the point on top of that is that they sell weapons around the world, but it's only bad guy stuff when other people do it. But either way, his point is, where do Hezbollah's missiles come from? And he says, Iran. The same Iran that Biden and Harris gave hundreds of billions of dollars. Okay, it means nothing. One, it says in sanctions relief. The point is, they always love to point to the money they gave back that was stolen, that was their money. So whatever you want to say about it, the only narrative he's making here, the point is that Iran bad guy, right? So they do something, it's bad. We can't give Iran money because Iran bad. It's just so, it's kindergarten stuff, guys. Tom Cotton is a fool. If you listen to him talk, this guy is a bumbling fool, and he speaks in phrases that have been paid into his mind. We're watching them build a narrative that somehow everything is Iran's fault with zero evidence. But here's my point. He said, who gave them missiles? Iran, which that's a clumsy, broad statement. I guarantee there's more than just Iran involved, and they have a legal right to sell weapons to their allies, just like the U.S. government does. But I said, where do Israeli missiles come from?
Oh, the U.S. government. I said, oh, that's you. I said, the same U.S. government that has illegally occupied countries, countless nations, raped, murdered, pillaged, and destroyed every single one of them with Israeli help and cultivated the very terrorist population it now uses. Simple, right? The only difference is that one of them is committing genocide. But here's Tom Cotton telling you we have to worry about the unprovable allegation of somebody selling legal weapons to an ally. Oh, my God. Ignore the children starving to death while he typed that. Ignore the ongoing bombing of civilians in Lebanon. Ignore it because he doesn't care about those things. Or you. Now, this, whatever this Right Honorable Burham Taplow, at least presenting as a British, like past British Empire entity, he says, TLAV, you support Iran. Its president stands at the UN making incredible statements while its regime crushes freedoms, funds Hezbollah, Hamas. Oh, that's Israel, bud. Houthis in Iraq who stabilize region. No, these are all false claims. How does that not offend anyone seeking peace? UN, Iran, honestly, nut job. So the point is, he wasn't asking a question. He clearly already thought he had the answer. Smart. But here is what Lee Duva said, which saved me having to respond. He said, you're the perfect example of what TLAV talks about. Just because he points out America and Israel problems does not mean he supports the other side. Oh, you think that a child could grasp that logic, but not people who have bad intentions. He says, doesn't mean the other side isn't bad either. TLAV has been consistent on his views when it comes to all of these governments, because I have. And they're all bad. And I agree with that. He says, some might be worse than others, but in the end, they're all bad. This black-white thinking where one is good and the other guy is the other must be the bad guy has trapped people, especially the ones who claim to be seeking the truth, into an illusion that keeps them ignorant in the dark. Well said. Point is, though, this guy didn't care if he's even a real person. He's just trying to play the other side game because the point is obvious. Sad. It really is. Now, this brings us to the point of a little bit of the two-party illusion, but the point about the dynamic of the overlap of the outrage of concern for Ukraine versus Iran, the point of where you direct your concern. And the mainstream alternative media, their most important job right now, I think, is to get you looking anywhere other than Israel out of sheer desperation. Julia points out that Tucker Carlson, I think I actually have the clip. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, it's not important. So the clip, basically what he says, I actually don't really want to show up in somebody else's state and attack their politicians, but I saw a photograph of your governor, Josh Shapiro, standing with a foreign leader, signing an artillery shell that's going to kill civilians in a country we're not at war with a grin on his face. I was disgusted by it. Actually, I was enraged by it. Well, you know where this is going, don't you? You know, actual objectivity, not pretending. I said, well, now address all the Republicans doing the exact same thing with the U.S. bombs in Israel currently being used to murder children in multiple nations, Tucker. I'm sure we can hold our breath. It's just so pathetically obvious. He's literally talking about Josh Shapiro signing Ukrainian bombs standing next to Zelensky. That outrage, well, I mean, that should outrage you because it's disgusting. But isn't it funny how he's never talked about, I don't know, Nikki Haley or Mike Pence signing bombs in Israel? I mean, you know why, guys? Because he loves to kind of give you a nod to make you think maybe he's against this, but that's not what's happening. It's obvious these people are playing a role. Look, I'm not ever going to be the one that say people have to cover everything or cover what I do or care about everything I do. But if you can't acknowledge this is the most obviously important discussion that pertains to U.S. politics, that it pertains to our tax dollars, that is being done in our name, for crying out loud, you're not a journalist. You don't have to cover it all day long, but you have to be clear about what they're doing there. I just think it's so embarrassingly obvious that there are people out there that have no concern about what's going on or the truth, as if it even brushes up against Israel. That is a failure of objectivity, a choice. Willful ignorance, whether they're being paid or just don't care or think they're a Zionist, it should concern you. Here's Mike Pence literally signing these bombs that went to kill children in Gaza. Here is Nikki Haley signing bombs that were used to kill children in Gaza. And here's what she wrote. Finish them. America, love Israel always. Oh, I mean, it should make your skin crawl. These people are monsters. But here's Tucker Carlson screeching about Ukraine while the person that you want to vote for is going to continue supporting Ukraine. Whatever you thought he said when he said it would have been over if I was there, and I'll do it like this when it's my time, and it just means it's a meaningless statement. I'll end it my first day in office. Sure, we'll see how that works out. The bottom line is that he will do everything they've already done because he's the same thing. I hope I'm wrong. I hope you're right. But I think we all know in our hearts that's the case because it is always what happens. Look at the last discussion. Did he end? He started out all about the wars and stopping this and stopping all the forever war, stopping the, what did he say? He didn't say forever wars. What was the term he used? In any case, he gloats about continuing them. The war state, all the thing, because he's the same person. Now here, as they're signing those bombs, and as Tucker chooses to have selective outrage for some of them and not others, here is what an Israeli MK said. This is back in May 2024, but this is my point. If you actually care to look, these people will scream the quiet part out loud, because I don't even think they understand that it should be the quiet part. I think that they believe this is what they want. I mean, look, you could. I should even avoid the speculation, but I think at the end of the day, what this shows you, in my opinion, clearly they believe this. They believe they're superior to these people. They believe that they shouldn't exist. They believe that the child is guilty, as she herself has said twice in the Knesset, that you're born in Palestine, you're guilty. But the point is that it shows you that they know you know it's wrong, and they don't care. They gloat about this. And then the Western media lies about it for you. And Blinken lies about it. She says, quote, the U.S. is threatening not to give us precise missiles. Oh, yeah? Well, I got news for the U.S. We have imprecise missiles. I'll use it. I'll just collapse 10 buildings in Gaza. 10 buildings. That's what I'll do. That's literally what she said. This is a child, guys. Like I've said many times, this is what it looks like to gain this much power without earning it. And that's the same thing you point out for a lot of U.S. politicians, quite frankly. But this is this is what Zionism is. They're children. I mean, it's disgusting the way they act. They are everything the world should reject. Now, it doesn't matter what ideology, what religion. If you act like this, the world should should reject everything that you are. And yet, they send more bombs. They send more weapons. They sign them. They continue to completely align with what they're doing, and they pretend they don't want to. Now, here's a sad video that I wanted to play, and we're going to show you some things from Gaza before we finish with Lebanon. Nori, now, this is from yesterday. Now, as we're watching this continue, I want you guys to remember, because we're going to get into Lebanon, but what's going on in Gaza has not stopped. They're still bombing. You know, we could talk about safe zones, but that doesn't matter because they're bombing everywhere. There is no safe zone. They're bombing literally everywhere, increasingly shrinking dramming them into the river or anywhere else, starving them to death, which is still happening too. I'll point this out next. Creating disease. Remember, I think something like 60% of the population is suffering from some kind of illness, some kind of rash or disease, many of them life-threatening, especially with no medical treatment. And now they're going to do the same thing in Lebanon, and they're telling you that. And your so-called leaders want you to think not only it's okay, but it's virtuous. It's what we should be doing. And you don't think that's going to change the planet forever? This is a more important situation than I think most people realize. This is the problem of our time. We need to take a stand against what is changing right here, or we will never come back from this. Here is what somebody just showed, saving children in Gaza who were buried under the rubble because Israel continues to indiscriminately bomb civilian buildings with no justification. What you're going to hear, sadly enough, if it's on podcast, if you're going to watch, is somebody who spent 20 hours trying to dig these children out of their home. And sadly, they died right before they got to them.
هاي عارف تخافش ادي داخل الكاميرا اشوفك هاي الخرق صغير في دماء بسم الله يا رب تدخل الكاميرا هذا الطفل له تقريبا تحت الانقاض 15 ساعة لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله طلع يلا ها يا الله بالبود كاينة يا الله هات البطانية انصدمنا لما لقينا هذه الطفلة هذه اللي كانت عايشة وتوفت انصدمنا بوجود هي كمان طلعت أطفال جنبها أيوه الله يرحمك نصيبك تلحق أهلك ما تعيش نصيبك إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون أبي طرف الحبل اصبر بس ثواني يا الله أبو زياد أعطيني طرف الحبل لا لباس اسحب لا إله إلا الله لا كاينة لابس البوت يا الله ثواني إيش عليه شايف كيف هو الحجر صغير وين حاجة بسيطة الحمد لله على سلامتك. في حاجه اللي عليه؟ هات شيء هات شيء ضواقه. شوف الدم منهم ولا منا؟ انا مش عارف. لا الدم من راسك بس بسيط. وين الطفله الثانيه هي؟ مرة طلع كيف زرقاء. لا طفله وراها امها. لا هي
بعد شغل تقريبا من الساعة 8 الصبح لأن الساعة 2 المساء العصر.
بسم الله يا الله.
تحت الأنقاض طبعا.
يا الله.
بسم الله الرحمن
يا
الرحيم.
الله
يا رب
يا
رب يا رب.
بسم الله. لا اله الا الله.
لا إله إلا الله.
لا اله الا الله. لا اله الا الله.
لا إله إلا الله. الحمد لله طلعت 7 ساعات وغير في الليل بس ما قدرناش نشتغل طبعا الشغل هان صعب. هاي من جوا تحت غير مرقنا. الحمد لله قدرنا نطلع البنت. والام ضايله جوا.
ربنا يرحمها يا رب. يعطيك الف عافيه. الحمد لله على سلامتك علي. الله يسلمك حبيبي. الله يعطيك العافيه يا رب يا رب.
You can imagine the courage of these people. I'm sorry you had to watch that. The reality being that this is every day, over and over. Every building, every family. They are literally, I mean, this is why even a new Guardian report is at least suggesting the numbers could be upwards of, I mean, look, the number, even from the Lancet report, we're talking hundreds of thousands of people here. Buried, dying, sick. It's just so unreal that we have to live through this while we all, I mean, the world sees what's happening. I think that sound of her last breath will live with me forever. As if we couldn't do enough to stop that. This is what we're fighting for, guys. We're fighting for human life. This is the idea of what Macklemore was saying in the first place. This is the resistance that we are fighting against the reality of evil in this world. And that doesn't mean it's going to stop, and whether you win or not. There will always be people filling that role. That is the way the world works. That's why it is always a battle. If we let our guard down, people will fight. The evil will win. It reminds me of a quote from Bob Marley. I'll probably paraphrase. The idea that essentially after he was shot and ended up going back on stage regardless, knowing that people were still trying to kill him. When somebody asked him, like, why are you going to risk your life? And he said, because the people out there doing evil are not taking a day off. So neither can I. It really does get you emotional to realize what the courage it takes to stand against things like this. And this is what I talk about with this work and what you're doing in your life. I mean, there will be consequences. There shouldn't be, but there will be. I'm dealing with them right now from simply pointing these things out for the rest of our lives. And you know what? It's worth it. It would have been worth it to save that child's life, in my mind. And these are the people that your government doesn't care about, that want you to think are somehow all bad terrorists. And it's the same damn thing they're doing in Lebanon right now. And then the point that she adds that one of the defense workers said, the aid workers said, if only we had the proper equipment, we could have saved them. They had a chance. And that's what Israel will never give them. Won't give them the equipment they need, because obviously the equipment that might be able to move rubble, of course, could be used by Hamas. We can't give them water or gauze or toys because Hamas could turn them into weapons. It's not a joke, by the way. They've stopped chocolate. They've stopped gauze. They've stopped crutches. They've stopped everything. And that's the point. They're murdering these people in every possible way. And I'll include this again from the other day. The report they put out with 649 pages of all the ages, the name and age, gender, ID number of everyone that's been killed, which you can verify for yourself to the chagrin of course, of the Israeli government screaming about terrorism. You can prove who these people are. And the first 14 pages are 1-year-old children. 14 pages. Look at the size of that type, guys. 14 pages, 1-year-old children. You know how far it goes on? Up to 10. Think about how many pages we're talking about. 649 pages. Half of it is children. Explosive dropped on Gaza. Exceed those, as you guys already know, dropped on London, Hiroshima, and Dresden combined during World War II. And that's just Gaza. How do we even pretend that, whether they even tried to be precise, that could possibly be precise? Then you look at the mapping of where they bombed in Gaza. Oh, and guess what? It's literally the entire area. There's no argument about precise in this. And yet they still try to shove that down your throat. Sarah Wilkerson highlights how they are
displaying the ambulances that they bombed. Rather, that they're displaying the ambulances that Israel has bombed in the courtyard of the Nasir hospital. It says ambulances bombed by the Israeli government are displayed as evidence of war crimes, not that leaders care. Now, of course, they're all going to scream, Hamas, or they're using them. Well, yeah, sure. If you could prove that, I'd love to see it. Every time they've pointed at one of those, it's been later shown to be a complete fabrication. Every single time. I'm talking by the corporate media. As I've shown, the ones with the pretending a kid with a bike is a rocket launcher. I mean, it's over and over, incessantly lying to us, and yet they still keep blindly taking their narrative because it's not about them being too stupid to see it. They're choosing to be on the side of genocide. Look at all these ambulances, one after another, full of both injured children as well as medics and nurses that are being killed. Sarah Wilkinson also highlights that Israel has now returned, and this happens constantly, this is today, 80 decomposing Palestinian bodies without any signs of identification. That's apparently the 5th batch delivered by truck. Just truckloads full of dead Palestinians. Now you wonder why so many are missing in Palestine? You wonder why we don't know where they're right there. They're kidnapping and murdering or just torturing. And I mean, it doesn't matter whether they did intend to kill them or not. They are taking people and then they just die in custody and they dump their bodies back out here. Most of them missing organs, by the way. That's not a secret. Human Rights Watch has written about that in the past. Euromed Human Rights Group has pointed out their own investigation proving this at Shifa Hospital. Doctors at Shifa Hospital have said we saw them return bodies, missing organs, Palestinians. And it's as I've said before, it is an open secret. That's the image right there, by the way, in front of the Shifa Hospital. Israel's open secret of Palestinian organ theft. It is a worldwide open secret. Both Israelis around the world that are conducting organ trafficking schemes that tie back to the government or explicitly Israeli government-connected organizations. It's everywhere, just like the human shield dynamic. All these things are hidden from you because your governments don't care. And Electronic Intifada says the issue of missing in Gaza is significant. That's the point. Truck full of dead bodies probably answers some of that question. So many are missing. By the way, just like Syria. There's so many articles written about the missing generation of children from Syria. Guess who didn't care? The Western world. Many of them ended up in human trafficking. That's not by accident. Just log on to Facebook and you'll see countless posts pleading for information. Quote, so-and-so has been missing for a while, last seen wearing a white t-shirt and such and such. And look, here, the point is in the article, the image they're using is this is what they're doing, using those human shields. They're probably getting killed or getting killed when they're done with them over and over and over. And then that's aside from the starvation point, because they're all starving. 1.1 million. Half of entirety of Gaza is experiencing catastrophic food insecurity. But the reality is they're all at some level of starvation. This is from IPC, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification. This is the entity to look to. Every one of them have called this out. Nobody cares. And they're telling you right now. I think this one's actually from, this is issue 97. This is not the newest one. This is one of the ones from, where was it? I'll include it. You can look through it for yourself. I just want to include it for the point so I can use that, keep it in your mind. But this report came out months ago. They're starving to death. Literally half the population is catastrophic food insecurity, and your government doesn't care. It's still sending them weapons. They're still bombing these children right there. And then guess what? It turns out, which you already know because you watched this show, Blinken lied, or rather the U.S. government lied and made him the stooge to say it. Agencies found that Israel blocked Gaza aid. Oh my God, surprise, surprise. Blinken told Congress otherwise, which allowed them to continue to fund them, which they don't care. They all knew they were lying. But let's go to the actual report instead of the Rolling Stone. Prem Thacker points out this is a huge scandal. It is. U.S. aid, which is my point from before, they are not an aid. They are a front for government, for the Defense Department. Then, yes, in some cases, individuals do carry out acts of aid, but the point is that they do not, that's not their ultimate goal, in my opinion. And here's the case. U.S. aid and the State Department, Refugee Bureau both said Israel blocked aid to Gaza. Oh, I'm sorry. I think there's another point. Anyway, I'll come back to it. The point was, there was a secondary point about U.S. aid being involved with the regime change. That's why I was setting it up earlier. We'll come back to it, though. This one, where was I? Here we go. It's just about them acknowledging the point, which is that ultimately we already knew this. They're blocking the aid. I mean, guys, a child knows this. Their own media is calling it out. But all you're getting now is that they're simply going, yes, we know that. But guess what doesn't stop? The weapons transfers to Israel. They're happening right as we speak. So now the State Department have said, yes, they're doing that. Blinken told Congress the opposite. So they wouldn't have to heed U.S. law that would force them to cut off weapons. So we know this. It's out in the open. Is Blinken in jail? No. Are they still getting them weapons? Yes. So all this is what, revelation of the matter? I don't know. Whatever you would call this. It's showing you that there is no mechanism through which these people are bound by the law. It just doesn't happen. That's the question right now of our time as Americans. What do we do about that? How do we change that? Voting for Trump or Kamala is not going to do anything. It's going to enshrine the problem, which is what they're hoping for. But here's ProPublica. You can read it for yourself. Israel, here's the actual, I'll quickly read this. This will be quicker. What he highlighted, just to show you that it's in the article. It says the U.S. government's two foremost authorities on humanitarian assistance said Israel deliberately blocked aid. And this is not new, by the way. So they knew it, didn't care. People resigned in protest from the State Department for many reasons, and they still didn't care. Their conclusion was explosive because U.S. law requires the government to cut off weapons. That's why they lied about it. Blinken and the administration of Joe Biden, and it would have been Trump if he was there, mark my words, did not accept either finding. Israel deliberately blocked humanitarian aid into Gaza. Two government bodies concluded that. Blinken rejected them both. ProPublica broke this down yesterday. Again, same point. Did the earth shatter? No. Did something change? Nope. Everything's going exactly like it did before. And we already knew this. Already knew it. So speaking of that discussion, so half of Gaza is literally catastrophically starving. The rest is starving in a lesser degree. You've got the deliberate example, the admitted example that they're blocking aid to people who are starving. But you know what that also includes? All of their hostages. So there's no way to misunderstand that. As they are bombing them, as they are shooting them, they're also starving them. There's no way at this point you could pretend like that's an accident. That is a deliberate choice to just kill everybody, because that's who these people are, both Israeli government and the U.S. government. Mohammed Shihada points out Israeli ex-hostage, Lifshitz, we've talked about before, says Hamas, and this is a new article, by the way. She was I think the first one released, who then said, they treated me kindly, and they hated her for it. Zionists were calling her a traitor, because showing you it's totally about Judaism, right? Clearly. No, it's about Zionism, and that's the point. You go afoul of them, it doesn't matter who you are or what religion you have. It's about Zionism. And she said the truth, and you're not allowed to do that when it hurts Zionism. So, and same thing with Trump and everybody else. There's a reason those overlap, right? It's politics in our country. It's the same thing, which is run by Zionism. They're clearly going, you can't say that because that hurts Trump. You can't say that, it hurts Kamala. What she's telling you now in a new article is that they already tried to release. She says Hamas offered, which you already know, by the way, we've covered this extensively, unconditional release. And another woman as well in the earliest days of the war, but Israel refused. We already told you this. Now she's publicly admitting it. Why? Because the entirety of Israel is highlighting that, I mean, a little bit hyperbolic, the majority, clearly, of the media and the people in the streets are highlighting, not because they care about Palestinians by and large, but highlighting that they don't care about the hostages. And all they can do is scream, your politicians in the United States are screaming at you that we have to fight for them where they're not fighting for them. It says Hamas then said they would drop them at the borders, but the IDF had declared it a death zone, and so they weren't able to. That's stated by an Israeli Jew who was a hostage. Israel stopped them from being released. Now, there's a recent point about some fake deal. Now, remember how this all went. Multiple times they've accepted the deal, and Israel's the one to buck it, and everybody lies for them because they're either compromised or agree with the agenda. So now it came to a point where everyone in Israel is going, take anything. It's your fault. We all know that. Take anything. The Western media lies to you about what's happening there, pretends that we're all stopping it, and Hamas won't accept, and it just keeps this dumb cycle where everyone can see clearly who's at fault. So now they say Israel official confirms a deal proposal. What do you mean a deal proposal? The point is the deal was accepted. I mean, every time there's something, they simply lob in some new thing that nobody would accept. And now they do it again because you shouldn't need an answer. You already know exactly what they're doing. They don't want them back. I think they want them all killed for countless reasons, but you can decide for yourself. At the very least, they did this yet again. Now, Netanyahu put out his own statement that literally says The fact that the Prime Minister Netanyahu was from the Prime Minister's office, so it's kind of framed as a third person. The fact that Netanyahu accepted all the American proposals for the release, despite an ultimatum from coalition officials, completely refutes the claim that the sabotage for the deal. See, he's acknowledging that even the U.S. media, everyone, even Israeli media, which I've already shown you, is clearly calling him out. How Netanyahu has systematically foiled talks to release hostages. And this goes back to the first few days post-October 7th. Both the 9th and the 10th, Hamas offered a full exchange of civilians, and they said no. And they lied about it. Everyone knows that now who's paying attention. So he put this out saying, you're lying, because what else are you going to do? And it goes on to say, basically, that the minister agreed to the United States proposal, and Hamas refused them. So he added new information. He forwarded the mediators an outline for the release of basically a very generous proposal, which despite the fact that everyone had already agreed on the one they already set forward, so he adds a new proposal and then goes, they didn't want it. You know why? Because it was ultimately the deal was you leave and we do an exchange and then it's over. But but Hamas or Palestinians are fighting for their self-determination. They're first and foremost fighting for a ceasefire, right? And they said they would end the war, which we'll get to in a second, if they actually pulled out and stopped bombing Gaza. But if to agree for Hamas to leave, which is what they're ultimately saying, you have to leave the country. Well, all that does is leave Palestinians under the rule of Israel. So everything is moot. Everything is meaningless. And so at the end of the day, he knew that they would say no. And so the only person yet again creating a dynamic where it causes that to happen is Israel. And you have to realize, even if you agree with the dynamic of what he's putting forward, the Israeli population doesn't. They don't want that. They're screaming, take anything that gets our families back. And he said no. Then he puts over a fake deal that he knows they're going to say no to, and then everyone blames Hamas in circles that no one's listening to anymore. It's almost cartoonish. And that's what Caitlin said. And here's the dutiful Wall Street Journal blindly lying about everything. It's what all the media does when it's necessary. U.S. officials concede Gaza ceasefire out of reach for Biden. Out of reach? And it says, stop calling. Oh, and then she says, a catastrophic legacy-defining failure. And she says, stop calling this a failure. Biden and Harris did not fail to negotiate a ceasefire. You could only fail at something you tried to do. They didn't fail. They succeeded at their goal of helping Israel destroy Gaza. 100%. And as always, I believe very clearly that if not worse, with Trump in position, I hope I'm wrong. Hope he comes in and changes everything, but I don't believe that's the case. Either way, whatever you think of that, she's right. The Biden administration did not care. They lied to you. Blinken lied to you, as you can see here. They've been doing this from the very beginning. As well as this, don't forget, Canadian news saying defeating Hamas was priority. Everything else is secondary, says Israel. That was like October 11th. They said that. People don't have the short memory, it seems. Omar Badar points out, Israel's massacre in Gaza has killed more Israeli hostages than it has rescued. That's an objective fact, including Israeli hostages waving white flags, getting shot by their soldiers. For those that may be suddenly pushing back on that because it sounds like something you wouldn't believe, here's the article for you. Hostages got shot by the IDF, put out SOS sign. And remember, they shot 2 of them as the other third one ran away. All 3 of them speaking in Hebrew, saying, we're hostages, holding an SOS sign, looking like Israelis, and they shot the 2 of them, missed the third one. 20 minutes later, the article points out, they coaxed him out from around the corner, and he's going, don't shoot me, and 2 of them killed him. I mean, I don't even need to explain that. That's crazy, and it shows you what's really going on. They just try to hide it from you. We're confused. But it says, if you want to cheer on the horrific massacre, at least drop the ridiculous pretense that it's about saving lives. Here's what Tal said. Here is why Israel must continue the Rafah operation against Hamas, or really all against Palestinians. 2 of our hostages who were held there were rescued by Israeli forces overnight. That's back from February. And this is too. And so he's responding going, let's remove the pretense, okay? It's not about human life. They killed more people, including Palestinians and Israelis, in this fake operation. I don't even believe they wanted to save these people quite frankly. AIPAC puts out a tweet that says, free the hostages. AIPAC tracker responds saying, free the hostages, and shows you the graph of the hostages. And I guarantee it's more than 9,400, and this is, Israel admits this, by the way. That's my point, is it's more than that because that's the number they put out. 9,400 held by Israel. Almost all of them, as they've said, in administrative detention. They're without charge. 111. But the whole world wants to make you think that one matters more than the other, because that's disgusting. And here's even an article from PBS. Israel says high probability its own airstrike killed 3 hostages. Even they're having to backwardly admit it because they're failing. Now, on top of that, I think it's important to point out that because of all this, because of how clearly they're losing control or straight up lost control, well, guess what else they're going to do? They're going to triple down on the atrocity propaganda. Here's one of the most obvious propagandists in this conversation, David Collier, saying, just watched a pre-screening of a documentary covering the Nova massacre. You know, the location where they moved to be closer to the fence, knowing this was happening, and then use them as human shields, and then actually use them as secondarily as human shields to fire at the Hamas members while the IDF came to, quote, rescue them. Right. Countless examples of how they, in fact, killed them. But yeah, let's pretend this is going to be what you think. He says, surviving October 7th, we will dance again is what it's called. It will be shown on BBC 2 Thursday at 9. It's truly harrowing. As for Hamas, I hope every last they burn in hell. Well, simply I said, well, get ready for Israel's atrocity propaganda stuff film part 2. And I guarantee you it's going to be the same clips they've been using from the beginning. And it says, I wrote, it's wild to me. With the sheer volume of verifiable lies the Israeli government has been caught spreading by even their own media since October 7th alone, that anyone even pretends that they're a credible source on anything, let alone the Hannibal event, which is what I'm calling the obvious discussion of October 7th, because it's proven that they ordered the Hannibal directive, even by their own media. It's wild to me how clear this is.
Let me preface these remarks with I never, ever believe Israeli figures. I've been in the government too long to know that the Israelis are patent liars.
Now, of course, Elon Levy jumps to like a puppet on his strings because that's what his job is, to scream the things that have already been proven to be false. What a useful fool. Like he must be, I mean, think about how these people, I mean, you know we see this. This is something he tweeted back on November 1st, 2023. Guess who it is? One of these, I think that's the Zaka or one of these tangential groups who have all been exposed for lying. This explicitly. Here she is saying they cut off an 8-year-old girl's hand and they lay in the blood and no, false. Even Haaretz has proven these are all false claims. But he goes, I just heard the testimony of the civilian volunteer who prepared this little girl's body. What else are they going to do? So when you know that everyone sees what you're doing, you just have to grasp for some shocking thing that's going to scare people back into line. It's not going to work. But as Ahmed said, I do recall that investigation from the Israeli channel, interesting to watch. And that's the investigation that says an Israeli journalist from Channel 13 News has refuted the claims made by the military regarding alleged crimes committed by Hamas, which were published around the world. You've seen this. We talked about it. It's a long 4-minute view. This is an Israeli journalist from Channel 13 proving that's a lie. All of these claims. Babies on a clothesline, every one of them. The journalist highlighted a particular incident involving a commander who spoke to another channel, giving details in the event, along with killing of 8 babies. All these things. And the point is, they're false. Fake. This tweet is from January. Remember, Haaretz, Times of Israel, countless. Even the Times, what was it? Was the New York Times? One of them, even aside from their rape hoax scandal, has come out and pointed out that these were lies. And they were. It's obvious. If Israeli media, independent media, even like Gray Zone, Mondoweiss, Electronic Intifada, you realize this comes from statements from Israeli witnesses. Didn't happen. Kibbutz Be'eri, there was only, I think, 1 or 2 children that were killed in the entire dynamic, and none of them were in these locations. None of them were in ovens. None of them were taken out of a woman's body. They've lied about all of it. And yet we're still pretending like we can even take anything they say at face value. So is this September 22nd? Elon is putting this back out into the field. And this, or actually, no, this was another statement. Richard says, are you seriously repeating these lies again? Here's another one you promoted. One of your most ridiculous, but that didn't stop you. Here he is saying, Gal Gadot, Acting Academy alumni. He says, they deleted this bizarre skit lying about another Hamas atrocity without proof. They deleted this. It says, we asked him, what was it again? Yeah, I remember covering this when it was the time. So they used this guy, and they literally talked about chopping people's genitals off, and just these two weirdos collecting in the spot and talking about something they've seen. It was false. They deleted the video. I mean, think about how gross that is to sit there and just be like, "Hey, let's do a video in this resort and pretend that we saw genitals being cut off." Like, you know what that says about these people individually? It's just so horrifying to me that these people even exist. But the point is they're lying, and he's doing it again because clearly that's his job. Hope that sits with you forever, Elon. And then again, he says this is another one. Tiberius says in response to the Netanyahu on September 22nd, saying on October 7th, the Hamas terrorist monsters burst in Israel, murdering our people, raped, beheaded. Guys, this is September 22nd. Netanyahu is just, double down is the way to say it because there's no triple, quadruple. But the point is they just keep doubling down. They just keep doing it. Everyone knows the beheadings were lies. The rape stories were lies. They've lied about everything. I shouldn't say everyone, I'm being hyperbolic. But anybody that is engaging with the evidence, the current level of evidence, everything they're pointing to from the UN investigation down has proven the opposite of what they're saying. Pramila Patton even went on to put out another report saying that they're raping Palestinians. Not that we saw evidence that might mean that, but provable evidence. Her investigation on Israel's claims concluded they lied, concluded that it wasn't even a real investigation. They lied about that too. But here he is on September 22nd, 2024, reiterating the lies, even burnt babies. It's just incredible that they think they can get away with this. And he says Tiberius says there's no evidence whatsoever of any of those things. This is Nazi-level propaganda, wrapped in Nazi-level propaganda. And then Elon, because he's just ridiculous, decides to double down. He says they literally tried to sell this person's head. It was found in a freezer. And then I love this. I continue to claim that this is the wrong. He says forensic archaeologists identified the ashes. Because he's just an idiot. I mean, quite frankly, an archaeologist would not be involved with an event that took place a week before. He wants it to sound legitimate. I did have it right here. An expert who applies archaeological methods to principles to investigate crimes, typically involving human remains or buried evidence. When you read what they're talking about, excavation, examining the environment, we're talking about old, not ashes from a body that was burned 3 days ago, or that you burned, by the way, with your own ammunition. So he's just an idiot. But the bottom line, though, is he's saying our people that we paid told us what we wanted to hear. See? The point is the evidence has now come to, even though we're saying it now on September 24th, their own media has already broken this down. And here's a Jewish podcaster saying, don't even get me started on the rapes, because that's what he said. Don't even get me started on the rapes. He is a cartoon, a living cartoon. But she says, because I'll need a moment to make up horrific stories because there's zero evidence that we were blocked an outside investigation. Also, they burnt people the burnt people were Israeli Apache helicopters. They killed their own citizens. She's a Jewish person who is calling out Israel, just in case that's unclear. But apparently that doesn't matter because everyone attacks her for being a non-Jew because it's only about Zionism. But here we are. So before we talk about Lebanon, I want to make sure we establish some important things. Here's Kylie Willis, who's just one of these, I believe, just a paid podcaster who just has no idea what she's talking about around anything, let alone Palestine, Gaza. But she says Hamas, and then she goes through each one and gives you the statement that she wants you to think. Hamas, we will repeat October 7th until Israel's destroyed. No, it's not what it said. And also Hamas is funded by Israel. But Hezbollah, our fight will end only when Israel's obliterated. No, we'll get into what they actually are saying. Houthis, death to Israel, curse to the Jews. Just so sad how embarrassingly uninformed people are or choosing to lie. Terrorist simps will have peace when Israel stops fighting. Okay, well, let's look at these things. Okay, well, first of all, I knew it would lose the highlighting, so here it is right here. In recent weeks, and this is from PBS, and it's just common knowledge, Israel has shifted its focus from Gaza to Lebanon. Hezbollah has publicly and repeatedly said that it would halt its attacks if the war in Gaza ends. So, of course, you could say they don't mean that, or that's not what they think, but what she's telling you is what they're saying, and that is not what they're saying. That's not what they said. It's not what they're saying. So if she wanted to say, here's what Hezbollah secretly thinks, that'd be different. But it's not, so they're just blatantly lying to you, or rather somebody's seeding her things, just like John Fetterman and the rest, who they just clumsily put out there, or somebody else running their account. Who knows? Okay, so Hezbollah didn't say that. Here is Hey, there's John Fetterman right there, the mindless fool himself. And he says, for the second day in a row, I endorse what Hezbollah is doing. So I said, thank you for admitting that you support terrorism. Or excuse me, I've said it backwards. Endorse weaponizing Hezbollah's tools of terror. So he endorses the acts taken against Lebanon under the guise of fighting Hezbollah, which is terrorism, using pagers to explode. I mean, everything about that was the definition of terrorism. And I said, thank you for admitting that you support terrorism and the killing of children. We already knew that, though. This person says, no, that's Hezbollah and Hamas, you ignorant muppet. And I said, you mean the Hamas that funds the Israel funds? That Hamas? Oh, weird. He didn't respond. I'm shocked. But of course, that's the point. So here she is going, Hamas says, we'll repeat this until, okay, first point is obviously if you think that's what they're saying, then why don't you blame Israel? Seeing as how they funded them, here's 2020 where the Mossad chief went to Qatar to petition them to continue funding them. I don't need to play all these again. I've played them 1,000 times. Here is the former Shin Bet head and the former prime minister saying they gave them suitcases full of cash because they wanted them to be to divide Palestine. Here is Haaretz on October 9th, 2023, telling you that Netanyahu explicitly said we need to keep funding Hamas because it's part of our strategy. Okay, on top of that, the charter that they currently have explicitly says the opposite of what she's saying. Hamas, and this is from the hold on, how's that? Oh, there it is. Jewish Virtual Library. And it says, as you should know, and again, to be clear, the point is this was updated in 2017. Now, there are different versions of the past. Well, let's not forget, if we know that Hamas has been funded by Israel, and I think post-2006 is when things started to shift, and I argue that there's been differences of power influence on the overall, that's what I think is happening here. Either way, whatever you want to claim, the reality is this is what they're currently saying, which is, and it wasn't just after October 7th, Hamas affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist project, not with the Jews because of their religion. Hamas does not wage a struggle against the Jews because they are Jewish, wages a struggle against the Zionists who occupy Palestine. Yet it is the Zionists, which is important to point out, who constantly identify Judaism and the Jews with their own colonial project and illegal entity. Their point is, it's Zionism that put Jews at risk. And they're not targeting Jews, they're targeting the Zionist entity. Now, if that happens to be a Jew acting in the IDF because that's a different story, or a Christian for that matter. The point is they're fighting Zionism. She just doesn't care. And then, of course, the Houthis. That's the stupidest part. The reality is that there is no evidence whatsoever that the point is, yet again, and this is just public knowledge. They've stated this repeatedly. The Houthis have stated that they will end their blockade of Israel when the war stops. But she wants you to think, death to Israel, curse the Jews, like we're in some cartoon. I mean, it really is sad. And the reality is clearly when Israel stops fighting, as they've even explicitly stated, yeah, then it would stop. But she wants you to think that's cartoonish despite the open statements. I mean, it's really embarrassing what's going on right now and how many people are falling for it. So we recently talked about the pager attack in general. And I did this in a two-part thing. I put Israel's infiltration of U.S. tech in light of the Lebanon pager attack. So the point was that not only was the pager attack just absolute terrorism in every possible way, but in light of that point, let's reflect on the infiltration of U.S. tech, and it's terrifying. What we talked about, Comframe, Carbon 911, the Unit 8200 influence, the overlap of Eric Prince, the fake MAGA privacy phone. All this is Israeli tech infiltrating specifically the right at this point. And we just pointed out another neocon that's been screaming about going after the right and for pre-crime and all this, who was literally informing Trump about Iran. It's all the same thing is the point. If we're actually recognizing it's not one versus the other, it's your government versus you. But we talked about this back on the 20th. Then we followed up on the 23rd, talking about the important dynamic, which we're going to briefly go over again, that, as I quote, Israel caught massacring Lebanese civilians, and they're still doing it to this moment, under the false claim of Hezbollah tunnels under the homes. They just shifted the narrative right over to Lebanon, just like they told you they would. Now, before we point out that, here's what Caitlin Johnstone said. I think this is important to consider. And she, kind of in a way making a joke, but the point is that this is this is what's happening. It's okay, she says, it's been a few minutes since Israel's last war. So it's time for us to refresh the rules. Number one, recorded history began on October 7th, 2023. Maybe some things happened before that, but nobody can remember. Number two, Rule 2, anything bad that Israel does is justified by Rule 1. This is true even if it does things that would be considered completely unjustifiable if it were done by a nation like Russia or Iran. Rule number 3, Israel has a right to defend itself, but nobody else does. Rule number 4, Israel never bombs civilians, it bombs terrorists. If shocking numbers of civilians die, it's because they were actually terrorists, or because terrorists killed them, or because a terrorist stood too close to them. If none of those reasons apply, then it's for some other mysterious reason we are waiting the IDF to investigate. Number 5, criticizing anything Israel does means you hate Jewish people. There is no other possible reason for anyone to oppose military explosives being dropped on areas packed full of children besides a seething obsessive hatred for a small Abrahamic faith. Number 6, nothing Israel does is ever as bad as the hateful criticisms described in rule number 5. Criticism of Israel's actions is always worse than Israel's actions themselves, because those critics hate Jews and wish to commit another Holocaust. Preventing this must consume 100% of our political energy and attention. Rule number 7, Israel can never be the victimizer. It can only be the victim. If Israel attacks Lebanon, it's because Hezbollah attacked it completely unprovoked, while Israel is innocently minding its own business, trying to commit a little genocide in peace. If people protest against Israel, bombing entire cities into dust, then Israel is the victim, because the protest made Israel supporters feel bad. Rule 8, the fact that Israel is literally always in a state of war with its neighbors and with displaced indigenous populations must be interpreted as proof that Rule 7 is true, instead of proof that Rule 7 is ridiculous nonsense, which again can never be the victimizer. Rule number 9, Arab lives are much, much less important to us than Western lives or Israel lives. Nobody is allowed to think too hard about why this might be. Rule number 10, the media always tell the truth about Israel and its various conflicts. If you doubt this, then you're likely in violation of Rule 5, meaning you hate Jews. Number 11, unsubstantiated claims which portray Israel's enemies in a negative light may be reported as factual news stories without any fact-checking or qualifications, while extensively evidenced records of Israeli criminality must be reported on with extreme skepticism and doubtful qualifiers, like Lebanon says, or according to the Hamas-run health ministry. This is important to do because otherwise you might get accused of being a propagandist. Rule number 12, Israel must continue to exist in its current iteration, no matter what it costs or how many people need to die. There is no need to present any logical or moral grounded reasons why this is the case. If you dispute this, then you're likely in violation of Rule 5. Rule 13, the U.S. government has never lied about anything ever and is always on the right side of the conflict. Rule 14, Americans only. Nothing that happens in the Middle East is as urgent or significant as making sure the correct person wins the U.S. presidential election. Ignore any inconvenient facts which distract you from this mission of unparalleled importance until the next one. Rule 15, Israel must be protected because it is the latest bastion of freedom and democracy in the Middle East. No matter how many journalists it has to assassinate, no matter how many press institutes it needs to shut down, no matter how many protests its supporters need to dismantle, no matter how much free speech it needs to eliminate, no matter how many civil rights it needs to erase, and no matter how many elections its lobbyists need to buy. Well put. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy how exactly spot on that is. It's wild. Now, here is what I want to start with on this point, as Gallant says back in November 11, 2023. Think about how far that was. This is the first point we recognize, which we're going to go over, is that they've occupied Lebanon. Okay. Long before October 7th, parts of Lebanon are occupied. That's a fact. Now, which of course gives them the legal right to arm resistance against military targets. That's international law. For him to say this is because they were standing against their actions in Palestine. Now, yes, they were, and again, the point to make is there's been back and forth with Lebanon long before October 7th, so that didn't change. It didn't just begin like they want you to pretend, as Caitlin said, was what, Rule 2? Everything started after October 7th. That's not true. So the point is that it wasn't some big action, and Israel's occupying them, so no matter what they might do first, it's still under the law. You can't keep pretending these things don't exist. Now, he says, what we do in Gaza, we can do in Beirut. Like, this is even before we saw that flesh out to what they were going to do in Gaza, because he already knew no food, no water, no electricity, treat them like human animals. Amalek. They knew what they were going to do, guys. Your Western media and your fake government lied to you about it because they're completely co-opted by this government. Either way, now we're seeing this happen. And the whole media wants to go, we couldn't have predicted this. Who knows? That's all worthy and justified because Hamas and Hezbollah. And it's just exactly what you think if you're paying attention. He told you they're committing genocide. We're going to do it to you too. You better not speak up. Oh, you're going to bomb us? Well, genocide for you too. Knowing that the media will back them up. Now, Assault Rod, now go through some of the points that were important from the last show to include for this. Just like he just told you, we're going to do it to you. Well, guess what? He was right. Now, Israel is using the exact same script in Lebanon that it used to justify the total destruction and mass slaughter in Gaza because they faced no consequences. The U.S. continues to flow, weapons continue to flow, media continues to whitewash. Now, here's the Israeli Defense Forces pointing out this ridiculous video, pretending to show you, of course, Daniel Hagari, Twitter there you go. This is a suburb. They want you to believe that almost every house, just like the claim they made in Gaza, despite weirdly how none of that's ever been shown to happen. Like the comedian was saying, it's weird how these tunnels just vanish when they're done. It's like, what are they fighting, the X-Men? Hey, sure enough, right? You might as well laugh about it, how horrifying it is. They just got away with killing that many people and no one's even asking for evidence. The rules-based order doesn't care. Yeah, that's something we need to digest. They're claiming again, look at the missiles in every single home because of a graphic they made on their laptop. Apparently so. Apparently that's all they need today. And that's something we're all fighting to change. That's the bigger point. But yep, just the new narrative right over here. And remember, as PVT points out, it's the same thing they did in Shifa, which was proven to be a lie by even corporate media. They said, look at this big underground construct. Nope, it was a break room with a gun on the table. And everybody laughed at how stupid it was. And Hargari himself going, there's a list. And it was a calendar with Arabic writing on it. And, Viva Clampus, nobody's surprised they used the command center in it's a school this time. 3 days later, it was something else. And it's always the command center. They're just children, guys. They're blindly lying to you. And they know that in some cases, it's working in the establishments of power. So they keep going. Now, Censored Man played this clip to show you the absurd contradiction of pretty much every basis of every main claim they're using right now in Lebanon. First is the fact that they're using human shields or that they're using weapons under buildings. And the clip is showing you one of their generals, or at least one of their assets. He used to be a general, but I think now he's like a front man for their government. Is telling you that 4 days before this started, that they don't use human shields. Up until now, they haven't. He says. And his point was, that's why there's no civilian casualties. See, the difference is Hamas uses them. See, so he uses this narrative to make it look like over here. So the point was to demonstrate how Hamas uses human shields, even though they're clearly not, as everything in evidence shows you. Not that they couldn't or they haven't, but I haven't seen a single example. But we've got about 15 so far from Israel that no one cares about. Funny how that works. But he's saying, see, Hamas uses human shields. That's why we keep forlornly killing all these civilians, whatever. But over here, that's why we haven't seen over here in Lebanon. Okay. Then, weirdly enough, they want to go after Lebanon. So Daniel Hagari goes, for 20 years, they've been using human shields. Look at the infrastructure. Please make sense of that. These people deserve to be ridiculed because they're not only, can't talk right now. Not only, my mind's going too fast because I'm getting long. Not only, I just lost my thought. Perfect. The bottom line is they're using the lies to continue to go after people in Lebanon. And they're just using the same construct, and they're using this to continue to murder people in both places. Like, we need to reflect on what this really shows you about the depravity of these people and the governments that are going along with it.
Take a look at how many civilians were killed in Lebanon as a result, as an unfortunate byproduct of Israeli strikes. And if you compare that to the situation in Gaza, I think that what you will find is it's the same IDF, the same operating procedures that we have in Gaza, only that here in Lebanon, until now, the situation is that Hezbollah has so far distinguished itself from civilian population, and they haven't been fighting from within cities. And as such, when the IDF has deployed lethal weapons against them, then terrorists have been killed and not civilians.
Okay, so before the next part, so you realize that if the argument is about just having weapons in their homes, well, that very claim right there would have been a lie. So you could argue that that's the lie, and this is the truth, but realize either way that they lie about everything to suit their interest in that moment. So the real argument is that they're both lies. They're lying about everything. They lie about everything all the time. It doesn't mean that they're not, that the lie is there, that they, the other point would be that they are. It's just the point is they don't even know. He's just saying what he wants to say in that moment to suit his interest. But overall, we should be demanding, not some cartoon they put out, but actual evidence, which by the way, is the law. They're required, as everyone told you at the beginning of the Gaza genocide, required to prove that there is human shield or missile before they do so. And then every single example of the controlled demolition of a building, as Ritter pointed out, is an example of a war crime because it proved they were able to go into the building, set those charges, and come back out, which proves they weren't there. So it's just, again, we already know this, though. It's just controlled demolition of their infrastructure. But they're doing the same thing again. And for anybody with a heart, with intent, with passion, who cares about the law, for crying out loud, should be demanding that they prove these things. But your governments, the very governments screaming about those very things, are blindly letting it go. Always the point is that they're either that disgusting human being or that they are compromised. Probably both. But the compromise part needs to be very relevant, especially as we blindly walk into some kind of selection process.
For over 20.
So again, here's the last part.
And they haven't been fighting from within cities. And as such, when the IDF has deployed lethal weapons against them, then terrorists have been killed and not civilians.
For over 20 years, Hezbollah has deployed its arms inside homes and militarized civilian infrastructure.
That's how easy it is. Make another video, give them the blanket claim, including human shields, by the way, and then you just kill whoever you want. Isn't that the model that they just verified? That the U.S. government, at the very least, completely allowed? Yes. So at this point, no matter what you think, the U.S. government allowed this to happen more than anybody. And the UK as well as the rest, but the U.S. government has been the leading asset in this, if not completely leading the charge, that has allowed this new dynamic. You don't think that's going to blow over into other countries, other terrible entities that recognize an opening and go, okay, I see how the world works. I see how this is. I'm going to start taking what I want, where I want. And as long as I nod to U.S. and Israel, it doesn't matter. And that's the truth, sadly enough. And we need to change that.
As a result, the Hezbollah terrorist organization has turned southern Lebanon into a battlefield.
Now, what's funny is that's the place they wanted to go. Isn't that funny? So then once they get, hopefully not, but once they take that territory, how much you want to bet? Oh my God, now we think it's in this location. Oh, it looks like the command center for 20 years. They've been using this northern Lebanon. And everyone's going to people that are a part of this will blindly allow it to continue. Now, Kim makes an excellent point and says, and this is Mossad commentary saying, IDF spokesman has revealed Hezbollah has tried to launch a cruise missile from a house in Lebanon. And then gives you another cartoon they create on their computer. I don't know why anybody thinks that's even sound like anybody, even people that are along with their narrative. Like, that should be embarrassing for you. That's ridiculous. And Kim says, how exactly would they launch it from inside the house again? Does this house have reinforced floors, exhaust channels, a clear exit path? Mighty militaries can't even launch cruise missiles from inside a building. Now they think you're so stupid that you'll believe Hezbollah can fire them from just someone's random house. She makes an excellent point. Now, you may try to go, well, they don't even care about the house. That's not the point she's making. The point is that you wouldn't functionally be able to work without those things. They don't care. I mean, so the argument being like that would make, you can go off forever. The point is that's ridiculous. They know they're lying. They know you can see that if you're even remotely understanding how this works, but it's not about that. It's not really even selling you. They just need something that's functional so the complicit genociders can go along with it. Now, here's the Israeli Defense Force says this on the 19th. IDF is currently striking Hezbollah targets in Lebanon to degrade Hezbollah's terrorist capabilities that apparently just started existing for 20 years yesterday. For decades, it says Hezbollah has weaponized civilian homes, dug tunnels beneath them, used civilians as human shields. The return of the residents to their home, we promise. All these claims that are completely fabricated. Well, let's talk about the actual discussion of using the homes for missiles and so on. We pointed this out last time. Middle East Observer highlights, they put it out first here. You basically can see the little pops going off right there. You see that? They're dropped, what is being reported, which does, as far as I can tell, and I've touched base with two different people that would know about this and said that that's not how that would look. I mean, especially right there with those little pop-up. They're telling them that those are flares, as well as other things they're dropping with this. So we should be clear about right now that the Israeli government has been caught lying by everybody. So the last thing you should be doing is going, can't be true. The first thing you should be thinking is that makes sense. Now, you can still say maybe it's wrong, but everything so far before this, every precedent, every action, it's adds up to the idea that this is exactly what they're capable of. And what they're saying is that they're dropping flares and other munitions on civilian homes, so things pop off and fly out, and they go, look, see, an ammunition depot. We knew it. And then weirdly enough, when you go back and look, there's no evidence of that whatsoever, which is what keeps happening. And then this Silent Sirs points this out. Stay away from the targeted areas after an airstrike. This image is from yesterday's raid on the town of Marquet. The enemy is dropping cluster bombs simultaneously with the airstrikes. So what's interesting is what they were pointing out here is just be wary of, stay clear, because they're dropping extra munitions. But what I don't think they recognize, what that does, it bolsters that point, right? So yes, they are dropping these and you're going to find them, but that is likely one of the other things that are being dropped to make those things look like there's ammunition. This is what they're doing, guys. They're sinister. Now, here is Netanyahu saying in his English message to Americans in the West, which is very different as always to what he says to the Israeli population. He says, the Lebanese people are fighting Hezbollah. We're with you. We're going after Hezbollah, not you. And the people, they're using you as human shields. The same old narrative setup. Except that's explicitly false, because their own media, their own politicians are saying the opposite. Here's the Israeli Minister of Education. Says there's no difference between Hezbollah and Lebanon. Exactly. Right in the beginning of Gaza, they said, we'll let you go back home. We'll let everything be fine. We know you're not the problem. We're going after the bad guys. And then like 99% of their population the government, and then the majority of their population come out and go, they're all bad guys. Amalek, all terrorists. So he's aiming this at you because he thinks you're that stupid and gullible. Prove him wrong. I know he's wrong. Here's the government of Israel saying they're all the same. Kill them all. Here is the corporate media in Israel saying it says, they're basically saying destroy all of Lebanon, every single village to be destroyed. Break down the rules, their bones as well. Let's destroy all Lebanese villages. These people are gleefully laughing about absolute genocide. And they're being clear. They're talking about civilians. That's what this has devolved into, because that's what Israeli government has cultivated in this society. Let's not forget the Wall Street Journal back on November 8th. Israeli foreign minister says displaced Gazans will be able to return. Yeah, how'd that work out, guys? They've already said that's not going to happen. So, Lebanese people need to hear this, because they're not going to let you come back. That's the whole point. And Mariam Barghouti points out that Israel gave 2 hours for the people of this one location to evacuate, but then started bombing in less than an hour because they're torturing people. They want to give the illusion of, look, we got them out of the way. We dropped this. We dropped leaflets. We'll talk about that next. You have 2 hours and then bomb in 40 minutes because they're trying to make these people suffer. As well as the fact, because I'm telling you, this is what it's really about. The Greater Israel Project. BM on Twitter, who is an Israeli anti-Zionist Hebrew, he calls himself, is pointing out, even in Lebanon, it's already starting. It's called the Movement for Settlement in Southern Lebanon. They published this map. It's right here. There's so many quoted tweets, but this is being publicly posted. To return to the Gush Katif now is that now a complete Masonic troll. Hold my white donkey. I'm not even sure the hold my white donkey. I'm not sure exactly what that means. It's probably a translation thing or some kind of a reference I don't get. Either way, the bottom line is this is a legitimate group, and it's just like the settlement groups that are openly telling you they're going to take Gaza. The point? They're showing you a map of southern Lebanon and saying the new Hebrew names for the settlements of southern Lebanon. This is my point. This is what gets me so frustrated. We're being told the narrative by both the Israeli government, our Western media, and our own governments, and it's this easy to prove. These are endorsed entities from within the settler. These are official entities of this settler movement that are being, the Ben-Gvir and Smotrich of the world are actively working with them, are using them. And their goal is to take this location. That's why it's happening. And your governments are just whitewashing it. And you realize that means they're killing everybody. They're killing every civilian they can see because they want to take this territory, and your government doesn't care. In fact, your government's saying that's called defending yourself. Makes me sick. And here's their new logo right here. And of course, it's the Lebanon, that the whole tree Lebanese thing with the Star of David. So Zionism has swallowed up this area, is what that tells me. Because the star is not about Judaism, as much as plenty of Jews have been manipulated into thinking. Now, on top of that, as Casey Wright points out, as Kevork Almacian was highlighting, and here's an article about it from Consortium News, Hezbollah warns Israel's dropping leaflets with very dangerous barcodes. It says that they basically are dropping leaflets with a QR code, which, how many times I told you this, guys? Run screaming from barcodes. I mean, just literally, like anything, no matter who you trust, whatever. I mean, look, I've got a Bitcoin one on some of the posts we put out, because that's an easy way for you. But don't do it. Don't use it. Use the numbers underneath. It's only there for convenience. The point, I mean, really, as I say, I'd probably just take it down. The point is that these things, by and large, are used to manipulate. You can very clearly add something. You can put a sticker over the top of the one you think you're scanning. I mean, I'm not even talking just from governments. A random person could put a sticker over that thing, and you're scanning, and it's taking stuff from your phone. Suddenly, you gave your access to your. I mean, it's crazy what this stuff can do. Scanning this code, here's one example, could redirect them to a website that will install malware on their phone, and you wouldn't even know. Then that malware could be used to relay relocation information that could be used to target you. So they're using this to target civilians. And as Kevork says, Israeli Air Force have dropped these things. If you're a Lebanese civilian, don't scan it. They make a whole post breakdown. You can read it for yourself. WikiLeaks says Hezbollah warns Lebanese public not to scan it. The code, dang it, will exact all the information on your devices and poses a threat to your safety. So get ready, guys. This is the same stuff coming towards you. Now, the Prime Minister of Israel's account says, we will continue striking Hezbollah. This was yesterday. Whoever has a missile in the living room. So all they're doing is saying retroactively that everywhere we bombed is Hezbollah because we only bomb places with missiles. So if it looks like everywhere, that means there's missiles everywhere. Simple how that works, right? Sort of like the Obama era time thing that never really left, that everyone that was killed in a place they bombed was labeled as a combatant. Why? Because that means we don't kill civilians, we only kill combatants. Just so happens that if we kill a civilian in an area we bomb, that means they're a combatant. Funny how that works. That's a real thing, by the way. That is what these people are. Doesn't matter how clean cut they are or the nice words they put out, or whether they're clumsy, belligerent people like Trump, they're all doing the same thing. It's just different flavors of the same agenda that are used at certain times to get you to do the things they need. Now, the main point, he says, I told you yesterday to evacuate your homes. Yeah, man, that's pretty scary. I'm going to come back to this, but ask yourself, how in the world Israel thinks it has the legitimacy, the ability to go foreign country, move out of your homes because we say so. And then when they don't move, well, you didn't move. It's your fault. That's what they're doing. At least in Gaza, you could argue that they have, I mean, technically they're occupying them, even though they're not living up to what that means. It's a belligerent occupation. They're not keeping them safe. They're not keeping them fed. Either way, the point is they would have some level of argument that they have influence over the area. But here, this is a foreign country. And they're just delivering evacuation notices to government buildings. We're going to get to that. Not Hezbollah, mind you, Lebanese government buildings. And that's what he's saying, because, well, there's a missile there. Mark my words, guys. This is a different dynamic. There'll be people that are going to, if hopefully this gets staved off, people will investigate this. And your governments will still not care, but they're going to prove to you that there's not missiles under every home. It's belligerent, it's clumsy, and it's desperate. Now, here's what the Guardian's pointing out. As of 2 days ago, Israeli strikes killed 492 in heaviest daily toll in Lebanon since 1975 to the 1990 civil war. Now, that's upwards of 500 at this point, but the point is, it says at least 492 have been killed, over 1,600 injured. So that's over 2,000 casualties. Lebanon's health ministry has said, of course, get ready for the same game they played before. Well, that's whatever the new narrative will be, whether UNRWA, Hamas, whatever, the health ministry, how dare you listen to them, but we'll listen to Israel's health ministry, even though they've been proven to be lying every 10 seconds that it started or well before. And I wouldn't trust Lebanon or their government more than I would trust anybody else. But what's funny is you have a very clear track record. I mean, just the last few days, you have enough track record to prove that Israel is not to be trusted. Here's Wilkerson, yet again, not trusted. But they're going to go, don't trust them because they're bad guy, and mindless followers will go along. But you should question both of them is the point. But it says Lebanese health ministry said 35 children, 58 women were among those killed. And this is the first engagement. Essentially, it says we are targeting combat infrastructure that Hezbollah has been building for 20 years. Despite the fact that 30 seconds ago you said they never did that, and that's why there was less over here, but who cares about the facts? The IDF said it had hit more than 1,300 Hezbollah targets in previous 24 hours. 1,300. That's why they're killing civilians, because they're just bombing civilian locations. They're bombing suburbs, many of which they're even claiming. It says, in the biggest attack on the militant group since the Gaza war began, or really the biggest attack on Lebanon. Now, of course, it says, when Hezbollah began strikes in support of Hamas. No, it's in support of Palestinian liberation. And that's the whole game they're playing. But it says Israel also carried out airstrikes on the Bekaa Valley and its second airstrike on Beirut in a week. And this, again, these are very clearly civilian locations with what it said was a limited airstrike in a southern suburb. See, even they're acknowledging strikes on explicitly civilian areas. But they just say it was a limited strike. And if anyone pushes, they're going to go, well, Hezbollah. And they're, oh, okay. It doesn't even matter. That doesn't even have to be proven. Israeli media reports that the target of the airstrike was Ali Karaki, apparently Hezbollah's number 3. Like I just saw Ben Shapiro put out some absurd little graph showing they're all been eliminated. Why? Because Israel said. God, it's just so embarrassing to watch that moron lose himself in this conversation. But at the end of the day, they may have been killed, but how many times have they lied about what's his name? Al-Barghouti? No, that's not it. Baghdadi, excuse me. Like Baghdadi was killed, 7 times? I think even now he's probably still not killed. Or any number of things they've done like that. They say it when they need to. The U.S., same with Israel. Even that last one they said they killed. The last Hezbollah leader apparently didn't. Apparently, by all accounts, he wasn't even killed. But Ben didn't follow up on that. They just keep going with the narrative, right? Didn't Assad gas children? Yeah, we'll say that forever, despite all the evidence. It says about 35 rockets were meanwhile fired from Lebanon towards the Safed area of Israel, which, by the way, is an illegal settlement. Some claiming coming down on open areas. Now realize 35 rockets compared to 1,300. I mean, more have been fired, mind you, but just comparing that to the back and forth engagement. This is the same game they always play. Is they go, look, they bombed a settlement and we were scared and had to run. So we're going to kill 75,000, 75, in Gaza, usually hundreds of people. And then they go, well, we were defending ourselves. But how do you even frame that as you can compare the numbers themselves. And that really shows you they just think that's where we have to make them pay for it. And that's the whole point. That's vindictive. It is small. It is exactly what these people are. Now it says Joe Biden said he was working to calm the situation. And by calm, you mean arm, fund, and assist? Because that's what they're doing. Now it says my team is in constant contact with their counterparts and we're working to de-escalate. And by that means, by Israel just told you is through escalation, we're going to de-escalate. They just think we're that stupid. We're not. Earlier in the day, the IDF had warned Lebanese people in Beirut and other areas via a phone call to evacuate the residents. Well, what about people that didn't have a phone? What about people that couldn't hear? Maybe they're deaf. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They just give you a blanket statement. We warned them and then killed them all. They evacuate their homes and distance themselves from buildings holding weapons, which apparently are none. And the bottom line, they don't have the right to do that in any context, you understand. This is not their country. It says, quote, the actions will continue until we achieve our goal and return the northern residents safely to their homes. Illegal settlements. Just so it's clear, by the way, we're talking about, the highlights are still there. We're talking about a specific location, Safed, or I think it's whatever the Israeli name for it is different. As always, they rename them. It's an illegal settlement. And they have been attacking this location because these are the locations where these illegal settlers have been, let's realize this is the point about, first of all, illegal. It's an illegal occupation, which again means the Lebanese military has the right to respond. Israel's the one that gave these settlers official capacity. You can't play it both ways. And that's the game. So at the end of the day, they're bombing indiscriminately into massive Beirut suburbs and civilian areas, and they're bombing military targets, which is easily proven, and then these settlement locations. Now, you can dispute that that's a problem and say that's against the law. Maybe it is. But realize that within the law, military targets are official. They are within the bounds of legal resistance for international law. And every way, I mean, there's just no comparing these two stories. If you want to talk about no symmetry, it's right there. But again, the game they play with no symmetry does not mean the law. That's what they want you to think from. You can't apply the law. Yeah, you can. The law is equal for everybody. You break the law, you're held accountable. But that's not how it works. You apply the law unequally to people you don't like, usually when they didn't even break the law. But in this context, what we're talking about is that Hamas or Israel would be held equally under the law. They don't like that, though, so they freak out about it. But anyway, the point is, as Mint Press News points out, Hezbollah retaliates. Footage shows multiple missiles launched by the Lebanese group striking Safed, occupied Palestine. Right? So just realize these are illegal settlements. So as they're screaming about that, realize what that means. They want to fight to return these illegal settlers to an illegal settlement that was taken from Lebanese territory. Or I think, I can't remember if this is Palestinian or Lebanese, but the point is they're occupying both. Oh, based on what Mint Press News said, Palestine. So the reality is that according to the United States, that's illegal. The UN, it's illegal. Everyone. And so they're boldly telling you, we're going to keep murdering civilians in Lebanon until we put our people back on this illegal settlement. And then the U.S. goes, we're fighting for you. Yeah, pretty much. How embarrassing. Like, this is why they've exposed who they really are. There's no way an honest person can't see that. And then it says, these are the days in which the Israeli public will have to show composure. Oh, yeah, just like usual, take it on the chin for our genocide, right? Or United States, take it on the chin because Putin, or really because of their genocide and what they're doing, whatever you want to call these things. They want you to accept that you have to suffer for their wars. How about not anymore? It says roads leading out of the South Lebanon were jammed with traffic as people fled the relentless bombing. Just showing you it's indiscriminate. There's bombing locations, bombing roads, just like in Gaza, with areas that have served as safe zones. Starting all over again. 4 displaced people since last year, suddenly in the crosshairs of the Israeli military. This is The Guardian. Doesn't mean that means it's true by default, but realize that these are people that lie for Israel all the time. What they just said is a war crime, like everything they're doing, but they're bombing the safe zones for displaced people in Lebanon because that's what they're aiming for. I hope you see that. Now, it says videos of collapsed buildings and of bombs falling from the sky and the resulting explosions shaking the hands of those filming circulated on social media as people tried to track the extent of Israel's campaign. In one video, a driver films as smoke fills the air on the road ahead of them after a strike. Stop, 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 one of the passengers yells as the video cuts. It says, quote, an important thing to note is that the roads are not safe. There is bombing from where we are all the way to this other location. One needs to think before they leave the situation. So just like we're telling you, not only do they give them 2 hours, but bomb them in 40 minutes, they bomb where they are, they bomb the road they're going to, and they bomb the safe areas. I mean, guys, I don't even need to report. I can just say everything that happened in Gaza, they're doing it again. End of report. It's right in front of you. And even the Guardians has enough, I mean, I don't know what you would call it. Opportunism, but at the end of the day, they're at least capable of pointing at this. People with family and friends leaving the South made public appeals for any empty apartments or rooms that could host their loved ones. Spontaneous invitations and initiatives to provide housing emerged, with individuals marshaling calls for available rooms. My point in highlighting this is what we're going to get into when they're screaming about how horrifying it is that illegal settlers, many of which who are raping and pillaging and burning people alive, have to be fleeing from their homes. Just imagine what that would be like. Well, yeah, ask the Gazan population for 75 years. But now we can ask the Lebanese people who are fleeing your bombs as they do so, not skinning their knees to sirens and so on. Realize that there are rockets that are flying, but by and large, most people are not being targeted. They're indiscriminately bombing more than I guess you would call the front of the current engagement. That's by design. Now, it says on Sunday, Hezbollah launched about 150 rocket missiles and drones into northern Israel in retaliation for their strikes. Even the Guardian points that out. Hezbollah has vowed to continue its strikes in solidarity with the Palestinians. And they put end Hamas, but at least the point is, they've been very clear about this. We're fighting for the Palestinians' rights. And it says and of course, the point is they say they're fighting for solidarity with Palestinians and Hamas. a fellow Iran-backed militant group, a fellow Iran-backed. They just, again, that's what the Guardian has to do. It's just, these are just other entities that are aligned in the interest of fighting for their self-determination, like Iran, while they're being attacked and supplanted and potential regime change by Israel and the United States. And it says, while Israel says it is committed to returning the Israelis to the border region. All right, so we're going to keep launching bombs into your area until we put our illegal settlers back where they are, so they can keep raping and pillaging and murdering and doing what we keep doing. You realize it's not my opinion. Even the U.S. government was about to sanction some of these people. But the location they bombed, occupied. This one says the same thing. The population of occupied Safed is 42,000 settlers, not counting the settlers in the far north who were displaced since October 8th. Oh, God forbid, they were displaced from their illegal occupied settlements. And many of them are, by the way, sitting in nice, comfortable hotels in the middle of Israel, while Gazans are starving to death in the streets and suffering from disease and being bombed there as well. Quite the different situation, right? Do you want to hear no symmetry? It's right there. He says, this means there are approximately 50,000 displaced settlers who have been added to their list of displaced persons. But he says, the Zionists will discover after the intoxication subsides that Netanyahu, with his aggression against Lebanon, has actually added tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, more to the list of displaced settlers, instead of returning 100,000 settlers displaced since the beginning. Because you realize his whole point is we need to return them. And just like he pretends he's fighting for the hostages, he's not fighting for these displaced settlers. He's fighting for what they want in Lebanon, using them as a scapegoat, using them as an excuse, rather. And he's just telling you, under the guise of fighting for them, he's caused more of what he wants to stop. They don't care about any of us, guys. That's the real point. Now, the Muslim lawyer here we've referenced in the past, that's his name on Twitter. He points out, in general, don't forget this, that all over the United States and Canada, they're selling illegal land from Gaza already, and the West Bank. Illegal property sales. Now, we went over this a lot in the past. I'll just include this for something you could look into his account, because he's covered this a lot. He's actually gone to the locations while they were doing it, and they arrest people or kick them out, even though they're like, we're here to buy land. What's going on? Oh, only Jews allowed. That's literally what they're saying. How is that even allowed? How is that possible? Isn't that against the law? Yeah, it actually is. And so too is the sale of illegally taken occupied land, but it doesn't matter. I'm sure you can piece together why it wouldn't matter in this country. Now, Ali Abunimah points out what Haaretz pointed out. After failing to prevent escalation, the U.S. focuses on trying to prevent an Israeli invasion of Lebanon. Now, he frames it as incompetence, which it could be. I'm sure it is in some degree. But he says, poor hapless United States. I think he just wanted to kind of take a poke at them, which I understand. Couldn't prevent genocide in Gaza, couldn't prevent invasion of Rafah, couldn't prevent massacre in Lebanon, won't prevent invasion of Lebanon. Can't stop itself sending 2,000 bombs, 2,000-pound bombs. He says, what a weak, helpless nation like a kitten. He's just trying, goading them. But the point is that I think we all know that it's not. I think there's a part of that for many reasons, including compromised from blackmail networks. But it's also that they're a part of this, right? They don't want to stop it, like Caitlin's pointing out. And I do think that's a huge part of it. Either way, why are we pretending like what they tell us is true with everything we keep seeing? I frankly think most people know that already. Now, here's what Anti-War pointed out. Lebanon health minister says, quote, the majority, if not all, of the 558, which is what it's risen to as of today, of the people killed by Israel were civilians. And you realize, guys, this will be proven. Because this is not Gaza, okay? This is going to come out, and this is going to, I hope this gets a lot of reach. They're killing civilians. They're broad stroke, just carpet bombing civilian locations, and we can see it. They're being recorded, which is what we're going to get to, because it's not Gaza. And yet they're just hoping they can take over before it happens. I don't really know what their logic is here. But the majority, if not all of them, were civilians. Now, of course, Lebanon has an interest in saying that, right? So consider that. But the evidence backs this up. Now, here is what Blinken said. With everything we just showed you, and worse yet to come, with the act of the pager, the terrorist act of putting explosives in civilian devices that drifted for 5 months all around the world, mind you, ended up in Syria, probably were in cars and planes, and who even knows the full reach of it. Everyone with standing in the international community and international law, other than the Israeli-U.S. compromised entities, were explicitly saying this was a crime. It doesn't even matter who commits it, where it happened. This is the textbook example of terrorism. And by the way, just like that clip was showing, this is why it started with them. They're just showing you that this is what they do. Zionism. But here's what Blinken said. showing you that he's compromised or simply evil. You can decide, or both.
We've got to start with the proposition that Hezbollah is a terrorist organization.
No question.
So designated by the United States.
No question. We're on the same side. No question. What a coward. It's not, by the way. This doesn't mean that there's, the point is you can point out crimes. You can point out all sorts of things that you think Hezbollah is responsible for and cultural differences that you might keep to that level, like racism. But the point is that it's not a terrorist organization. And that's been explicitly stated by many different people within the international community, including allies of the United States. It doesn't matter, though, because this is the only thing you can do to keep the narrative going. But that aside, and the pandering from the fake journalist there, he goes on to blindly support what just happened.
Hezbollah is a terrorist organization.
No question.
So designated by the United States. And the reality is, it's...
By the way, which is meaningless. So designated by the group that's committing terrorism more than anybody in the world. Please continue.
Very legitimate that Israel do something about Hezbollah.
Can I ask you about that Pagers attack where Hezbollah members were the targets and
they weren't, by the way. That's already been shown. More than half of the people that were hurt were children and women. And again, this is public information because it's not in Gaza, but they just don't care because they're not interested in facts. Neither is this fake journalist sitting with him, whether she knows that or not. She's going along to get along. The point is that these ended up in the hands of any number of innocent people. And then on top of that, even if it was targeted at Hezbollah, that's just, there's a military wing, and there's a lot of people that work in this organization that are political, that are aid workers, that are nurses, that are doctors, and they know that. They literally work with Saudi Arabia or that carry out all sorts of terrorism. They are working alongside groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS and the moderate rebels who are explicit terrorist organizations, and that they want to, it just should be insulting to you to make these cases. You should be able to see through this by now, and I believe most of you can.
they're literally in their hands, their pagers exploded. Some see this as a technological coup. And
on top of that, too, realize that many of them, even Hezbollah or not, were not in a military position. All of these things are very easy to prove as crimes, which is what shows you so clearly people like Blinken are just complete criminals. Because it's very easy to see. It's like killing a Hamas member in their bed. That would be a crime, regardless of how you rationalize it, because there is law in place. So every time they scream about the difference being that we follow the law and then they never do, it should make you laugh, but, cry at the same time for what they're doing.
And an ingenious move by Israel. Others, including John Brennan, former Defense Secretary Leon Panetta, whom you know well, saying it's a form of terrorism and it went too far. Where do you come down on it?
Look.
Oops, it was muted. And the point is that he said at the beginning there, but the point is, when you can look at the segment, is they openly support this. They have endorsed this as an innovative attack. Get ready for that to be seeded into your country by whether it's Israel or somebody else, because they just literally said, hey, that's completely okay as long as you claim you're fighting somebody and you claim you targeted it and it's their fault, ended up in somebody else's hands, human shields. Of course, if anybody did even remotely that and actually targeted only military personnel in this country, they would be a terrorist attack, no matter what. Just, complete, clearly they're what's the word I'm looking for? Just, they logic applied equally, clearly. But it says U.S. Secretary of State Blinken has just endorsed the Israeli terrorist attack using pagers, maimed thousands, killed, 20, 30 something? NBC, you heard it. The point is, it's very legitimate that they do something to Hezbollah. Disgusting. Here are the people he wants you to think were legitimate targets. In some cases, but realize that we're talking about half, which is what it was, more than half, I think, were women and children. Rami Abdul from the Euromed Human Rights Group, images of several Hezbollah fighters and rocket launchers that were targeted by Israel. He's obviously, being facetious. These are children that were murdered because of that attack. Or rather, to be not confusing, ongoing attacks on what they're doing. They're just bombing locations and killing children. Now, in the pager attack, children were killed as well. Now, here is an example of one location. Now, this is just pretty crazy because it's this easy to see, just like in Gaza. A resident from southern Lebanon just came back to his village, and this is yesterday, so this would have been on it's posted on the 24th, to pick up his wife. He told the person posting this that he is now stuck because the roads are too dangerous. Here's the video. Look at the surroundings. There's nothing. This is a suburb, guys. There's houses. That's just because they're going, missiles and stuff.
Do you think anyone's even caring to prove these things? Like, ask yourself this: how would they possibly know that? Let's just even say you go back. When they got whatever they claim they got from that video, right? Some internal investigation or some intelligence investigation. We've seen missiles in the locations. There's no way that could have been yesterday, right? So isn't it at least possible that these supposed locations are no longer there? How do they find out? These are just logical points that anybody with compassion or concern for the law would be raising. And that doesn't apply to these people because they're monsters. Here's a disgusting picture. I should have warned you. I didn't know it was next. So this is a very graphic picture. And this is what you're seeing in Lebanon, just like we saw in Gaza. Greg Stoker points out, Zionists use the racist term Pollywood whenever they're confronted with their own atrocities, which is meant to imply that they've manufactured in some Hollywood version, right? Which is always possible in any context. We know who's more responsible than anybody. But it says, but this is Lebanon, not Gaza. They'll have to come up with a whole new fake film industry to soothe their conscience's most moral army. It's a demolished person lying on top of a car in a civilian location because, right, is there a tunnel right there? Is there a bomb under the car? It doesn't matter, guys. They don't care because they're not targeting anything other than civilians. As Robert wrote on the 23rd, Israel launches the deadliest attack on Lebanon since 1982. Now, it simply says on Monday, Israel decided to launch an all-out assault against Lebanon. They called it Operation Arrows of the North. It's revenge, what it is, using the exact same tactics used against the civilian population in Gaza. Now, it says Israel first began by sending threatening flyers, which we'll get to in a second. Oh, we already talked about it. The flyers with the fake QR code and text messages to the phones of civilians. Now, first of all, ask yourselves how they can do that. Why is it that Israel's able to send text messages to Lebanese phones? Do I need to fill in the blank? I mean, guys, this needs to overlap for a much larger picture here. It's because of the infiltration of tech and the Israeli side of this. They've infiltrated tech all around the world. So they could just go, hey, just hack that. Give them text messages because we want them to know what we want them to know. And how much you want to bet they're sending them pretending to be Lebanese government? The bottom line is, not only are they able to send the text messages to their phones in another country, they're ordering them to leave their homes. Why would they listen to that? Why? I mean, especially with what they know they're doing in Gaza. Then they started bombing them. Now let's get into this. Now, I think that, guys, this is a really important point for us to consider because this goes into so much bigger discussions. Why, or, how is it possible, or why are they able to send evacuation orders to Lebanese people and to other locations? Like, I really want us to think about how this possibly makes sense because there's a huge line being crossed right there. And then what happens if they tell them to flee and then they bomb where they went like they do? And they are. Right? I mean, there's a whole thing in there that's very easy to prove, and this will come out as well. But so here's what you're seeing, and this is bigger than just that. But that point alone, I think, really needs to be important. They're crossing a line there, and they're also telling these people to leave and then using that as justification for if they die, well, they didn't get out of the way. They did it in Gaza too. But you don't have the legal right to do that. Then it goes into another point, which is that they're bombing or rather doing this to government buildings. Not Hamas, even according to Sky News, but government buildings.
Building houses the Ministry of Information. And a staff member here got a call this morning from the Israeli army telling her to evacuate it. But it doesn't belong to Hezbollah. This is the government of Lebanon. People are wondering just how far the Israelis are prepared to go.
Yeah, I think we all know. The fact that it's even posing that question used to never be allowed. We know how far they're going to go. They're going to kill them all if you allow it, because that's who they are. Not every Israeli or every Jew, but the Zionist government of Israel without question and their complicit followers, meaning the governments too. But realize how incredible that is. Like that is a government building of Lebanon. Not only do they order them, a government entity, to evacuate the building, but it doesn't have to do with Hezbollah at all. And this is my point. So, and then they're bombing these locations, which is what's happening. Now, on top of that, here's the tweet from the Prime Minister's office, Censored Man points out, which had 7 million views when this was posted. This was, you can see on the 23rd. And it says, please get out of harm's way now. Once your operation is finished, you can come back safely to your homes, which we know is a blatant lie. Not only are their homes being destroyed, but they're bombing them when they come back, and they won't let them come back anyway because they want this location, just like they lied in Gaza. But look at what he says. 595 likes.
7 million views and just under 600 likes. So not only this shows you two things. One, that the Israelis are like, screw that. Don't give them their homes back, but they don't, that's not going to happen. But on top of that, that even people that see this, like, you're not, it shows you that you don't like it as well. So nobody likes this. Neither is not the Israelis, who probably from that side, I would argue anyway, is that they don't want that to happen. That's my opinion. But on the other side of it, the rest of us that are going, screw that. What you're doing is illegal. It's just interesting to show how clearly this is failing. But yet they're murdering people anyway. Now, here is a member of the press speaking directly to Lebanese civilians. Journalists saying, Mohammed Abu Salama saying, don't evacuate. And just like with Gaza, right? It's the same dynamic, despite the fact that they said if they don't, that means they're terrorists. The same thing they're going to do here. But what he's saying is they're torturing you. If you evacuate, they're only going to bomb you where you are, just like we're seeing now. They're going to starve you. They're going to get you, and they're going to psychologically torture you and move you from place to place, just like we saw here. So stand your ground. Not only do you have a legal right to, they have no legal right to force you out of that. I think it's important to think about that. He says, in Lebanon, documents of all the crimes of the Israeli army, he said, documented, he's telling them, use your phones. Who's barbaric and excels at killing innocent civilians. Document all the events with your cameras and your phones. Document them. Guys, this is going to come out. It already is. For history will not forget these crimes. And for those who are being displaced, he says, this is a message to you. Do not allow yourself to be subjected to displacement, and do not allow them to displace you, as there is humiliation displacement, which is what they're striving for. There is, he says, this is your land and your presence and resilience in it. In the biggest challenge of the steadfastness, despite all the calamities that you're going through and the suffering, we are here and you are in your own place. Greetings to you from Gaza and the northern region. So the point is, of course, they're going to try to frame this. I'm sure somebody's already doing as the terrorist telling you that you have to stay, which is the clumsy way they made it out last time. And even though you see the civilians going, this is our home, we're never going to leave. They're like, they're being forced to stay. It's just desperate lies. It's all they have. But the reality is that people are largely going to push back. That's what I'm seeing anyway. And this is just the cherry on top of the ridiculous pie. This is so insulting. And what it shows you is that not only just extreme desperation, and I know you all sense that because they're failing, they're losing. Everybody sees it. But how that they always, this is what Elon just did over here with the UN thing. He knows you see that they don't care about the UN. This guy knows you see that they've displaced entire populations. But he still wants to pretend that it's somehow unprecedented that illegal settlers have been forced to be away from their homes, living in nice hotels in the meantime, for a year. Oh my God, can you even imagine?
Our people to be home safely in their homes. It's almost a year. It's almost impossible to imagine. I encourage your Sky viewers to imagine what it would be like to be essentially evicted from your home.
Wow.
In your home, in our own sovereign territory, to be evicted from your home.
I can't even believe that. Like, legitimately am shocked when it's such a ridiculous level to take it. As the savior himself, the quote, the channel that posted it says, he says, is this some kind of a joke? He says, everyone down here is commenting the same thing. Like, it's just embarrassingly ridiculous. Like, in case you happen to not know, they completely displaced the entire Palestinian population in 1948 and have continued to displace them repeatedly over and over ever since. And since October 7th forward has been on some psychological terror campaign of moving them from place to place, sometimes multiple times a day, while bombing them every location. And he has the gall to stand there and say, just imagine what it must be like for these illegal settlers to have to live in another safe location outside of there until we get to put them illegally back. It's not Gaza, mind you, because I already wrote about this or covered it. They're living in hotels. They're putting them up there. This is just so crazy that anybody pretends this makes sense. And then here's just a quick video so you can see what it looks like. The Nakba never ended. 1948 compared to 2024. It's the same thing over and over. And he really wants you to pretend like it's now. Can you even imagine what it must be like? Yeah, you're damn right we can. They're living through it, guys. Lebanon, Gaza, they're all living through it. We just told you that. They're even in Lebanon, they're scrambling, trying to run to places to live. Yeah, that's going on too. Only one of these people are illegally occupying somebody else's territory. Horrifying. Now, anti-war came out with an article today. Israeli military chief preparing for ground offensive in Lebanon. So this is escalating. So this brings us to today, to where Israel is openly stating that they're about to invade on the, like, where's Blinken and Biden and the rest of these morons? Or the red lines, they already pretend there's a red line in Lebanon, but they didn't care about the red lines in Rafah. Oh, wait, no, it's not a major operation. Yeah, so they've destroyed 90% of it, but it's not major? Got it. I mean, this is so stupid. These people know you see them. They just must be that compromised. A ground invasion of Lebanon? I mean, this is exactly what we told you was coming. And we're going to pretend they're going to occupy it and give it back? Well, you know what? The Israelis have a real great record of occupying and then giving back territory. It says Halevi told a group in IDF soldiers that their, quote, military boots will enter enemy territory, and Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon are part of the preparations for a ground invasion, which simply shows you, no, they're not bombing this because of some opera. They're preparing for what they've always been planning to do. As Gallant told you back then, we're going to do what we did in Gaza in Beirut. And now they're laying the groundwork to start the ground invasion because this is part of a plan. It says, quote, today we continue. We do not stop. We continue to attack and continue to strike them everywhere. Just like I said with Trump, these words mean something. Everywhere doesn't mean some places where there's military equipment. It means everywhere because that's what they're doing. And they love to flaunt that to show that we can say what we're doing and then lie to you and get away with it. It says the goal is very clear: to return the displaced residents of the North safely, the illegal settlers, is what he's talking about. To do this, we are preparing the maneuver, the ground invasion. So why would you need a ground invasion of other territory to bring people back to the settlement? Like, all you would need to do, like, their argument is we need to, look, here's what's here. This is very clear. Explain for me how bombing in this location or invading it would secure the location they're talking about unless they held it. Right? Because right now they could just bomb and then put these people back and defend it, right? That's their location. But they're not doing that because their point is these people here want to attack us, just like with Gaza, even though that's not the truth. They clearly said they'll stop if you stop your genocide in Gaza. And so the only logical thing to deduce, and this is my point about deductive logic and how easy it is to see their lies, is that they take this and hold it. And I guarantee you they're going to say, until we're sure the threat is over, which will become 75 years and indefinitely. I mean, you know this. I mean, I don't even think I need to convince anybody. And says, according to Israeli media reports, the U.S. is in talks with Israel on a potential pause in attacks in Lebanon. Oh, here we are again, a pause, which basically tells you it will never stop. It's not a ceasefire. It's a pause, which means we're going to go back to it. And there's language like that for a reason. Now it says, since October 7th, U.S. weapon shipments and other support for Israel have emboldened Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to escalate everywhere else. It's the truth. Now, let's get into the victimized idea. We just talked about this. Caitlin Johnstone made this clear. Here's the fake human rights lawyer. And I only ever say that because there's no way this guy can pretend to be a human rights lawyer while advocating for genocide. Just saying. But he says, hello, how is your morning? Arsen Atrovsky is his name. He goes, here in Tel Aviv at 6:30 a.m. And we had to rush our babies to bomb shelters after Hezbollah terrorist cowards fired missiles at 500,000 people. This is a war crime. This evil must be condemned. There's so many points to make. But let's start with what people said down below. Let's look, the obvious of how you can continue to murder children in Gaza, gloat about it, tell you it's a good thing, and then cry foul when you get attacked back. Obvious ridiculousness. But Kim Iverson says, if we are asked to condemn Palestinians for putting their children in harm's way, we should condemn people who move their children from the safety of Australia to become settlers in Israel, which, by the way, is this man. It's truth. Just like pretty much every one of them illegally moved because they were told to take land from Palestine and have taken land. And then they claim they're the victim. So she's saying, look, if you're going to apply logic equally, you came from Australia where it was safe for your child, put her in line of fire, and now you blame them for you being there on an illegal settlement? Yeah, that seems pretty stupid. You'd think a human rights lawyer would understand international law. Dr. Amira Dalton says a Ukrainian Australian decides to move his family from the safety of Sydney to become Zionist settlers in Palestine. Bad parent and ideologically brainwashed troll. Fair point. This person says, you wouldn't guess from his sympathy siphoning victimhood post that this putrid-souled champion of horrors has spent 11 months screaming for more children to be bombed in Gaza. because he has. Only a Zionist can be so brazenly bald-faced with their hypocrisy. I mean, guys, there's no way to misunderstand that. They have been they have been telling you that what they're doing is justified, and now he wants to cry foul because now he's the focal point. It really makes your skin crawl. Voice of Justice says Hezbollah has been saying for 11 months, and the genocide in Gaza. Hamas has been saying for 11 months, and the apartheid occupation, meaning that they'll stop what they're doing. Very clear. You are a POS demon, and your babies will condemn you and be ashamed of you if they grew up to survive this. Now, you can decide for yourself if that's the case. His point is simply that what you're doing is obviously the opposite of what you're saying, and your child will be ashamed of you if they have any kind of, compassion or morals when they come back and look back on what you're doing right now. I happen to agree with that. Here's another example. Elon Levy, born in London. And it said, he says, woken up by sirens in Tel Aviv and trying to work out if it's Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Iran, Shia militias in Iraq or Syria, or someone else trying to kill me in my bed this morning. Of course, wants to be the victim, except every single one of those locations has been occupied, bombed, and supplanted by you and your agendas, and the United States and everybody else. Look at them, every single one of them. Yemen is literally occupied and continually blockaded by Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the United States. Hezbollah and Lebanon is literally occupied by Israel. Iran has been couped, overthrown, bombed, assassinated, attacked. What you point out what you claim they're doing. They love to point at all these groups, but as I say every time, even though it's not true, if you take every claim they make at face value, they still don't even come to a fraction of what Israel has verifiably done around the world. How about Iraq or Syria? Both who are illegally occupied by both of them. I mean, think about how stupid this is. So you're the one who's occupying everyone, which then gives them a legal right to do this. I'm not talking about bombing his location or a civilian location. That's not what's actually happening. But he's playing the victim. And meanwhile, they're all running to their safe locations. Well, Gazans are suffering in the streets and dying as we speak. But let's feel bad for this London guy who wants to pretend he's it's just so embarrassing. And I'm so glad that people in the world are finally starting to see this stuff. Now, Rania Kalik points out that the White House says Hezbollah attack on Tel Aviv is deeply concerning. And she says the White House calls Lebanese resistance missiles aimed at Israeli military installations in defense of Lebanese civilians being massacred by Israel terrorism, which you can disagree. Plenty will. What she says is provably correct. This word has no meaning. The terrorism is the point. The Israelis and Americans want a world where they can kill us by the thousands without any consequences. It's unreal. I agree with that. And then this person says, I think this is a hilarious point, but accurate. He goes, well, we should let Hezbollah investigate itself before jumping to conclusions, right? This is what I've seen and heard for Israeli attacks for a year now, right, Matt Miller? Shouldn't we let Hezbollah investigate to make sure we don't jump to conclusions? Oops, I guess that only applies one way, right? These children. Now, David Roth Lindbergh points out, here are a few of the plus 500 civilians killed yesterday by criminal terrorist entity Israel's indiscriminate terrorist bombings against southern Lebanon. It's ongoing, and you will get people categorizing and outlining this as we go forward. They're just murdering children, guys, everywhere you look. Arsen Petrovsky again says, we fire at their terrorists, which, I mean, even just starting right there. Just aside from the tens of thousands of children, 14 pages of just 1-year-olds, right, Arsen? But only terrorists. But in his mind, they are, which is why he's not a human rights lawyer. They fire at our kids. Therein lies the difference, is what he says. My God. And I said, well, you got the lies part correct. Are these your terrorists? These children you just killed? Those are the pictures I was showing. Well, here is a Jewish doctor discussing how children are being shredded by Gaza and Israel while barely holding back tears. How can you look your children in the eyes? You absolute monster. I think it's important that we recognize the depravity of what these people are, what they're doing, what they're hiding, what they're a part of.
When were you in Gaza?
End of April for the first couple of weeks. And then there's sniper bullets. I have children that were shot twice.
Wait, you're saying that children in Gaza are being shot by snipers?
Definitively. I have 2 children that I have photographs of that.
It's just so hard. You've seen that many, many, many times. And I included that video in the last link. He literally almost cries while describing the shredded children, the double tapped in the forehead sniper shots to children. Almost exclusively children was his quote. But Arson wants you to believe they only shoot terrorists, apparently. Yeah, again, he actually believes that. And I don't mean because he thinks they're shooting terrorists. I mean because he thinks they're all terrorists. Just look at what he's been saying. Now here's Israel, again, the actual Israel account, just trying to deflect. And even deflecting to something we know they were responsible for. Here they go. Some of you have short memories. We don't. They were murdered by Hezbollah for playing soccer. No, they were murdered by you, and then you blamed it on Hezbollah. Robert wrote an article about it. I said, like everything you're doing, this is a blatant lie to cover up that it was actually your Iron Dome system that killed these kids, either by design, which would shock no one, sadly, or by negligence. And then you blamed it on Hezbollah. As is Robert's article, an Israeli false flag to justify attacking Lebanon. And you can look, there's very many examples showing these things, going back from examples before, where the Iron Dome shoots up and lands in this exact location. And they do it again. We see the video of it in real time, and they just blame Hezbollah because that's what they do. Now, on top of everything, let's not forget the many, many, many examples of Israeli false flags. Here is a former British agent saying Israeli Mossad bombed their own embassy in London in 1994, which, by the way, is not unique as you might think.
But the two cases that really got us, first of all, there was a false flag attack in London in 1994, where a car bomb exploded outside the Israeli embassy in the center of London.
Now, I remember this vaguely. This is, we're talking 14 years ago.
It's a long time
but
ago.
But it was huge at the time. I mean, it was a huge worldwide story.
Yeah. In fact, there'd been an earlier attack against some Jewish interest section in Buenos Aires earlier that year as well. Similar sort of MO, modus operandi, with a car bomb driven and parked outside that exploded. Very minor injuries.
Modus operandi for a reason, guys. That's their signature. This is Zionism. Zionism is what is created. This is why I keep trying to tell people, if you really want to understand that the world and the way it is now, and the problems we're discussing, Zionism is the impetus. That's the problem. That's why we're highlighting this. It's not about Jews or Israelis by and large, right? It's about the Zionist influence over all of these things. And yes, that seems to be focused on specific religions and entities, but that's a byproduct. That's what they're doing. We need to understand that. It's important to understand where this all comes from if we truly want to change it.
That was all. Okay. Nobody was killed. And it was a very sophisticated device. It appeared to eat itself, eat all the forensics. Now, this is very, very rare. Even the IRA, which is a very sophisticated terrorist organization, could not make bombs that effective. So it looked like a sort of fairly technical person had put that together. But what emerged from that, the senior MI5 officer who was in charge of the investigation into it and had seen all the evidence but also all the intelligence, which isn't necessarily admissible in court, wrote his formal assessment at the end of the case. And he said he reckoned that Mossad, the Israeli external intelligence agency, had bombed their own embassy. A sort of controlled explosion outside the embassy. And as I said, that was a senior MI5 officer. That was his formal verdict. If you read that on the internet now, you would say that sounds like some mad conspiracy theory. But it wasn't. This was the official position of MI5. Perfect. And he said that they did it for two reasons. One, they were always hassling MI5 for increased security around their embassy and other interests in London. Because, of course, London had a reputation of giving safe haven to Arab dissidents from around the world at that point.
See how that works, right? So they want something, so we just bomb ourselves and go, now give it to us. We demand it. Otherwise, you're racist. As far back as you want to look.
And MI5 kept saying, well, there's no reason to increase the threat assessment. You don't need extra protection. So letting off a controlled explosion outside, of course, they immediately got what they wanted there. Mm-hmm. But crucially, 2 innocent Palestinians were arrested, charged and convicted of conspiracy to cause that attack.
Every time.
And they were very active in a Palestinian support network in London.
Let's not even forget like the JFK overlap and the same point, guys. These things are constant. All the hallmarks of exactly what you're hearing here apply to so many different examples we can go off. And we probably should do a focus on just that.
Campaigning for the people on the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. And they were gaining some traction in the media. They were getting quite a lot of support. So by arresting these people and framing them for an attack and sticking them in prison, the whole network just shattered and hasn't got back on its feet to this day. So that would be a clear political advantage.
Right. So the bottom line is just like we've seen in every other example. The moment that something starts going in the direction of the Palestinian interest, they carry out a false flag. They blame them. They blame it on the Palestinians. They claim they're terrorists. They create Hamas in order to justify division within the group. It's every single time. And all she's highlighting for you is that they use those Palestinians. So one, they blame their own ally to get something from them instead of, and then they blame it on the Palestinians to slow down and hinder forever, seemingly, the discussion of what they deserve. Because then what happens? Politicians, they're funding and co-opting and blackmailing. They stand up and go, they're all terrorists. We can't allow this. That's unjustified. And here we are today, which the next point will be exactly about that. Now, so this was just the last 2 points here. This video it's subtitles, but this is a video that was put out, I guess, by Lebanese propaganda. And it's simply saying that you hit our cities, we'll hit your cities. And the same kind of thing, like goes through and saying, you hit our airports, we'll hit your airports. And that's what the video is. And it's saying, Hezbollah targeted Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is not safe. Settlers leave, it says. So my point in all of this is to simply highlight that everything they're doing is the bombing, everything we just talked about. And they stand up and say, well, we're going to bomb a city back. They go, terrorism. Now, yeah, sure enough. It's the same point they'd make in reverse. If it actually happened that way, and if that's exactly what is being said, the point is that makes them just as bad because you're simply doing the same thing in reverse, which at the very least makes you the same. That logic applies with Israel. And it shows you every time they do the same thing, they act out and do terrorism. And usually it's rooted in something that you could prove later didn't even happen. So it simply makes them the terrorists. But at the end of the day, this is overlapping with the settlement point and what we're talking about. One are illegal settlements. They have a legal right to arm resistance. They gave them official capacity. And all they're doing is bombing civilian locations and framing this as their response being terrorism. It's exactly what happens every time. But the point is what happens, not the statements or the narratives, is what matters. An equal application of the law, which never happens for Israel. Now, this is just Assad points. This was just simply, or Asaf MD, this is just pointing out what settlers are doing. And he simply points this old video, which I've shown you before, of a group of Israeli settlers dancing and celebrating that a child that they killed burned alive inside of a house they burned down. And this is a very public story. It's called Ali. They're chanting Ali's on the grill while stabbing a picture of this infant who burned alive while dancing at this, whatever it was, a wedding or something. That's what they're doing right there. It's a very public story. Robert covered it in this article entitled, Israeli Settlers Consistently Use Arson Attacks to Burn Palestinians Alive. Now, this goes back to that story from 2015, overlaps with what they've currently done since October 7th. That's Ali right there. They set this house on fire, and that child burned alive. Then when the family was walking up to deal with this, they were literally laughing and jeering them. Ali's on the grill. And then that's an example of them chanting this at a wedding or whatever and dancing and laughing about it. Apparently, Ben Gvir and others were there cheering it along. This is who we're talking about, guys. That's disgusting. And these are the settlers that they're telling you are victims right now. Now, not every single one of them, but the point is that this is where those ones are coming from. And by and large, what we can see is people that are acting just like that. Now, lastly, to finish off, as we've just talked about, here's what I was going to do this. I was going to go through every single one of these people because it's easy to do. And I quickly realized that this is just too much work for how obvious this is. My point would be that if you went through almost every single politician, save for just a few, every single one of them have said, I stand with Israel, defend Israel. Why? Because as we just showed you, I think it was something like 97% of the candidates supported by AIPAC. I mean, left or right, mind you. Even though we're apparently supposed to think one of them are anti-Semitic or both whenever they want them to, it doesn't make any sense other than control. So here's Tom Cotton. Hezbollah unprovoked, already stupid. I mean, they're illegally occupying Lebanon. So the game they play is, I'll lie for Israel better than you. Started launching rockets on October 7th. That's not true. It happened going back and forth long before that. But it says no other country would accept this. Yeah, you're right. No other country would accept Israel to illegally occupy their territory. And the point is they just keep getting forced to because the U.S. government makes that happen, like you. And it says every casualty in Lebanon is a direct fault of Hezbollah. So it's same game, same narrative. Doesn't matter. In 3 months, we have 10,000 civilians. They're going to say, well, Hezbollah did it because Tom Cotton said. That's the same game they did before. Anything happens, it's because of Hamas. And therefore, the hundreds of thousands killed are just Hamas because that's what we said. Now, Yusuf says, if I got a nickel for every tweet Tom posts groveling at the feet of Zionists, I would be a very rich dude. Get back to work. Your constituents resign. Or it says, get back to work for your constituents or resign. Here's an article. Tom Cotton, what's the reason for AIPAC's $4.5 million support for this young senator? Gee, can you think of a reason? I sure can. Here's Ted Cruz. This was posted, and these are all posted, these first couple are right now. This is September 23rd. My statement on Israel's military strikes. He says the Israel government has the right and obligation to respond. Guys, these people are openly supporting the most vivid terrorist acts we've seen in a long time. And now just bombing open suburbs in Beirut. They have the obligation to do this? This is quite terrifying to see how vile these people really are. I unequivocally stand with our allies. Yep. Crazy. Here's Mr. Randy Fine, who's one of the worst. This is when people like random civilians, children, and women had their eyes blown out by these pagers. And this person says, this is what so many are giddy about. And he goes, yes, yep, eyes away. Remember, this is Randy Fine, who has been endorsed by Trump. He's real proud of that. Randy Fine is a MAGA warrior. He's also a disgusting human being that is cheering on the murder of Americans. That's this post right here from Randy Fine. There's the American that the IDF murdered. And he goes, throw rocks, get shot. One less terrorist. That's an American citizen, not a terrorist. Not even remotely. No one other than Randy that I can even see is calling her a terrorist. That's an American politician, not only calling her an American a terrorist, but cheering on the murder by a foreign government. What a MAGA warrior. Here's Randy Fenstra. Israel's making our world safer by eliminating terrorists. September 23rd. Rick Scott. And this is just one where he's claiming these terrorists put anti-Semitic lies on my door. You know what it says? The United States is illegally bankrolling a mass murder, maiming, starvation, torture, and terror of hundreds of Palestinian children. Yeah, objective fact. And he says Americans have blood in their hands. 61% of American adults oppose sending weapons. Okay, wait, where's the racist part of this whole thing? The point is anything bad Israel is immediately racism because that's a lazy argument, because that's all they have. And he's probably being influenced by, I don't know, money, blackmail, who knows? The bottom line is that's an objective reality. But Rick Scott doesn't care because Israel. Here's Brian Mast literally wearing his IDF uniform. Shouldn't be uncomfortable at all. $500,000 from Israel. And it says right now, Hezbollah is partially run by the guys that previous leadership didn't think were worthy of pagers. So when the point is when you dump pagers in the hands of civilians who will take them and then claim it's all Hezbollah, he's trying to make a point that, well, now it's this is the game of taking out the Hezbollah leadership. I mean, as far as I could tell, that didn't even actually happen. But Brian Mast doesn't care because he's a bought-off liar. Here, Representative Jerry Carl. We have a biblical and moral obligation to support Israel. Okay, so you get my point. I started doing this, and I'm like, oh, my God, every single one of them. Here's Barry Moore. America stands with Israel yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Here is Representative Mary Poltola. This is a horrific day for the people of Israel and everyone who hopes for peace. It's just unequivocal support for a terrorist country. Ruben Gallego. Today marks the 75th anniversary of Israel's independence, and I'm proud to stand with our ally. Rick Crawford. Israel has every right to defend itself. Doug LaMalfa. Half the people I don't even know of. Congress must continue to stand with Israel. I was going down the list, guys. And then just goes like, I'm just wasting my time. Because, yep, every one of them blindly support Israel. Here's Mohammed Shihada pointing out what even an Israeli from the government, ex-defense minister, is now openly saying about Israel, while the 99% of your government is blindly, and even saying unequivocal support, unconditional, you keep hearing. Well, here's what the ex-defense minister says. The IDF is no longer a moral army. Same Yellen, the same person in 2017 bragged, quote, there are hardly any senior government officials and Knesset members who have had to kill more Palestinians than me. That's this guy. He says, Shahada says, so you can imagine how far worse things have become if this guy is saying they're no longer moral. Moshe Yalon adds that many Israeli terrorist settlers, aka Hilltop Youth, the ones we were just talking about, who kill Palestinians for sport, have been now recruited to the IDF to continue to kill Palestinians, but in uniform instead. There's my point. Not only have they given official capacity to the settlers themselves, given guns and support with IDF support, but now they're just overlapping with the IDF entirely. This is the ex-defense minister. He says, Yalon, a right-wing politician himself, warns that Israel's far-right government wants to ethnically cleanse and forcibly transfer Palestinians and is pushing for a Gog or Magog war. That's the end times. That's prophecy stuff. He says he calls on Israel's AG and Shin Bet chief to put Netanyahu in prison. This is what one of their high leaders are saying, and your government is blindly going along with it. How does that not demonstrate control? It's pretty scary to me. Now, Tiberius put out a point to end on. Here, the White House basically says, or Reuters says, the White House says they are monitoring Israel's wars in Gaza, Lebanon, saying that a war with Egypt would be their red line. I mean, how dumb do they think we are? So the red line apparently is Rafah. Oh, but then it's Lebanon, which they said, oh, now it's Egypt though, because we're in Lebanon. So the point is the red line's meaningless nonsense that you put out to make it look like you have a red line. Everyone knows that if they have a brain or even care to look. Now, Tiberius makes the point on that. He says, prediction, obviously, it's 2027. Israel has nuked 14 countries, killed 300 million. The Western world is collapsing into civil wars, yet dictator Netanyahu says Israel must now invade France because of October 7th. The Harris administration says this will be a red line for the 37th time this year. Now, obviously, I would argue it would be the same difference no matter who we're talking about. I guarantee Trump would use different narratives, but the point he's making is obvious. It's never going to stop, and I would argue no matter what puppet is currently in power, unless we as the people do something about this. But to end on a positive, I want us to think about, so what we're talking about here is that this is where we're going, but we can stop this. I know we can stop this. I know we're doing that. It just takes us to recognize the power that's currently in our hands. They're scared of you, and that's why this is happening. If we can simply recognize that the screaming partisan morons and the partisanship who are telling you to choose between two evil people and the people in the government, outside of that minority that everybody else can see this, we need to do something about that. Stand up and put your foot down. Because they are afraid of that. That's why this is all happening and why even the mere mention of the two-party illusion and what we're doing suddenly freaked out the paradigm when we've been saying this for 10 years because they're vulnerable. Take advantage of this moment to do something about this because right now we are watching, if you want to talk about World War II or different genocides, we're literally living through it in real time, one to the next. And it's going to continue. Like Catherine said, it's going to come to you unless we stand up. Do something about this. Care for people, the marginalized peoples we're talking about earlier. Because you are those people, guys. It's one step away from you being the next target, whether that's Israel's pager attacks coming to you or your own government deciding to step on your throat because you're suddenly a threat to their agendas, which is happening in the U.S. right now. Now, the positive note is that we can make that difference. Now, it's hard because it's hard not to focus on the negative and all that. That it is scary. It is what they're doing is horrifying and it is a bad thing. But my point is, as always, that it's balanced. It's happening simultaneously with the rise of your consciousness to see a change happen. And I mean, what is that if not hopeful and positive? What are we fighting for if not the awareness of the majority to do something to change the reality? That's where we are right now. I don't think we can see it though. And all I'm trying to get people to do is recognize that. You want to vote, go vote. You want to engage, do that. But we need to take advantage of this moment to actually shift things that I think have nothing to do with that illusion of some process, that we can shift the power structures by simply applying the leverage that we have if we recognize that. Take action, say things, stand up, speak to people, have your own meetings, send flyers, talk to your politicians. The point is take action, do something, be better today than you were yesterday, and we will see this course in front of us. I know it. So I'm going to end with the clip that I played the other day from Libya, since we were highlighting the Africa conversation today, because this is blowing up this is expanding, for a better word, around the world. I mean, it's already there, guys. You understand U.S. foreign policy through Israel is everywhere. But what we're seeing now is the reiteration of this because of their failing influence, because they're stretched too thin. There's that opportunity. Hear the words in what he's saying, recognize that this is, now again, even if you think he's just being an opportunist and using this to convince you that he's on the good guy side, don't be objective all the time. Don't apply good guy, bad guy narratives. Just follow the facts, trust your morals, your integrity, follow your heart. And if he's saying the thing yes, good. Well, what he said. Don't fall in line and say, now he's who we have to listen to, or that Musk or Tucker or whatever else, or the new partisan narrative. Listen to them if you want to engage with the content, but recognize that it's about you and your choices day by day and taking these steps forward. And we will see the path develop in front of us. It's happening right now. So these words on the end, listen to what he's saying, regardless of what you think he is, and think about the possibility of a world like that, of what it would really look like to apply that, not from some government barrel of a gun telling you have to act this way, but simply because the majority recognizes we want that. And then we take actions to make sure that maintains and that we bolster that ourselves, which history shows will eventually taper back down. But this is the point of being vigilant. It'll always be there. There will always be people like this that want to take advantage and co-opt. That's why we need to be an informed electorate, to make sure we understand things, not for elections, but because we see things and we discuss them and we have an open mind and we don't fall asleep and pretend that they're going to take care of it for us. Take responsibility for you, for your family, for everyone around you, for your choices, because we can do this. I know this. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Who will aim at you and say, welcome to the world of double standards. And talking about double standards, just a while ago, we heard the representative of the occupying Israeli forces bashing you all, as he does with his predecessors, perform a show and teaching us and lecturing us about humanity and morality, totally disconnected from reality. Even today, he couldn't bring any justification, nor speak about the topic we're discussing, the illegal settlements. He could not address the resolution and trying to show that the world started only on October the 7th, neglecting the fact of history. Well, if he considers this assembly a circus, guess what? I consider him a clown performing in this place, always bringing his preps, trying to produce a show, failing to make us laugh, deceiving us from reality. That's what they try to do, but they fail dramatically. So when I ask him if he thinks this place is a circus, why are you performing in it? Why are you still a member in it? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for you to show action and not words. Nearly a year will pass and the massacres and genocide in Gaza and the West Bank is continuing. The inability of the international community, especially the Security Council, to stop these atrocities and reach a ceasefire, and the silence of many of you, is what allowed the killing of tens of thousands, injuring hundreds of thousands, the displacement of almost 2 million, the spread of famine and diseases. So today, do some justice for those innocent and vote in favor of this resolution, which would be a message from the world to the occupying forces and who support them blindly. Say enough is enough and it's time to act. Libya reaffirms its position that it won't define resistance against occupation as terrorism, and who from your countries didn't gain their independence without resistance, especially when the doors of peaceful solutions are completely shut down. Libya affirms its position that the only peaceful solution to this 7 decades of aggression and occupation is by recognizing the Palestinians' right to defend themselves and resist occupation and the right of self-determination, and having an independent state with Jerusalem, its capital. In conclusion, it's time now for all to comply and respect the outcome of the ICJ. This court, which we all know has established or was established to help in ensuring peace and justice, where international law should prevail over the use of force. Therefore, we call on you all to vote in favor of this resolution to pave the road for peace. History will remember those countries which have taken a principled, a moral, a legal or humane stance, and it will also remember those who had their humanity in deep coma and were aware and deliberately participated in this live broadcasted atrocity, especially the 21st century Holocaust, the Holocaust of Gaza. Voting in favor of this resolution today is a vote for peace, and it's a vote for justice. I thank you.